Hey yo humans, my name is Ty Cholera and you are watching more of my Mario Kart ranking video stream series. Yeah, we're doing this again. Last time we covered all of the stuff from the base game of I guess base game is an odd term with this series. From base Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So all of the Wii, all the tracks that were available in the Wii U version of the game. Today we'll be covering everything else. The booster course pass. So the other half of it. So yeah, we're gonna just kind of jump right into it. You know what I did not do? I did not pull up the video ahead of time. Let me do that right now. I'm gonna have to do that real quick here. I totally forgot to get that ready. Just a brief reminder as to how all of this is working. Where is the? Here we go. Got it. Awesome. Brief reminder as to how all this is working. Let's take a look at our tier list once again. We've got our different tiers here, right? Bottom of the barrel, the ones I actively avoid playing. F tier, so far the only one there is Moo Moo Meadows. We will see a few more in this tier today, but it is what it is. Booster Course Pass was not quite as high quality as the base game is, but I think that's kind of not a hot take at all. We have the tier, which are like, I don't hate them, but I don't love them or even really like them. They're kind of just It's mid, deal with it. These are the courses that I think are just okay. Not offensive, but nothing special. I guess I don't mind. These are the ones that I don't mind playing on from time to time. I'm not going to actively seek them out, but they're pretty okay. I like it. I like these ones. They're fun. Sometimes I'll get a hankering to play them, but not all the time. Phenomenal. The really good freaking courses. And then Absolute Peak. These are just the best tracks in the game, right? And so this is where we're at right now. The tiers are ordered, so we are trying to get things in that order there. And then we're doing the same thing for our music. We have a similar ranking for every song in the game. Or I guess not. Goodness golly, not every song. We don't have like the things. I'm blanking on the words. We don't have why am I suddenly forgetting menus and stuff. But every track theme. Again, with the bottom we have Turn It Off. These are the songs I don't like listening to. We have again Moo Moo Meadows and Donut Plains. Skip. I'm just not a fan. No Strong Feelings. I have no strong feelings one way or the other. It's okay. Songs that are okay. Pretty Fire, Certified Banger, and over again the songs I listen to on repeat. This one also very definitely tends much more in the positive side so far, because they're really good. But yeah, that's how we're doing this right now. So let's just go ahead and jump right on into it with the first. We're going to skip ahead until we actually get into some actual tracks. Starting with the booster course pass with, what was it? The Golden Dash Cup was how it started. With Paris Promenade, the introduction to the booster course pass. Okay, actually, before we start, something that I should note is I did play Mario Kart Tour. I played it from like the very beginning. I was actually in the beta test for Mario Kart Tour, which was kind of a fun thing that I got to do. But I did play a lot of it, and I was a very active player for a long time. So I played almost every tour city before it dropped in actual MK8. So I was in that crowd, which was its did actually mean something, because a lot of people who like rank these, they're like, their first experiences with a lot of these cities was the booster course pass. That was not the case for me. I had played all of these beforehand. So I was actually really curious as to how they were going to do the cities, because I knew that each city had multiple variants. Early tour cities were not a great showing from Mario Kart Tour. For people who jumped off early on, I feel like there were like 3 major complaints with Mario Kart Tour when it first started. 1 was the controls, 2 was the gotcha mechanics, and 3 was that the tracks were boring. All of which were very valid criticisms that I will not judge anyone for having against that game. Early tour cities sucked so hard. Let's start with Paris. Paris was interesting, because so what they did with this one is I'm going to turn it down a little bit for me. What they did with this one is they took, like, so it's like there are 3 different variants of Paris, I believe. And this first lap here is kind of just a combination of all of them. It's got elements of Paris Promenade 1, elements of Paris Promenade 2, and 3. And I thought I think that's really cool. I wish that they had done this with more of them. But I really like what they did with Paris in particular. This was our first introduction to the booster course pass and to the tour cities. So this is kind of our first experience with how any of these were going to work, right? So we saw the big red arrows for the first time here. And I didn't, when I was playing it the first time, I didn't notice the big red arrow. Okay, that's not actually true. I didn't play this wave when it first came out, because I was still on my mission when this wave came out. So I came home right as wave 2 dropped. So I had heard a little bit about it from other people who had played it. So I kind of knew what was going on, but I was still like curious and stuff. But right here this is our first introduction to this mechanic, and I think it's really cool. This is something I've wanted Mario Kart to do for a long time, is to have different things in each lap. And right here, where we suddenly take a turn, we go around to this random new section over here into Paris Promenade R, where we're now playing the course in reverse. I think this is a great way to introduce this sort of lap-based mechanic that the other tour cities are going to make extensive use of. Other cities will do various different things with this mechanic, but as far as an introduction to the concept goes, I think this is really good. As for the track itself, it's not great. This turn here is really wide and really boring. There's nothing going on. We see like the cities in general. There's like visually, it's like, you get some of the different things like Paris. I don't know the names of a lot of these places. Like, I don't know what this is called because I've never been to Paris. I've never been to any of the cities, by the way, that these tracks are based on. Yeah, it is, so I can't say it like how well it like captures the vibe of the city it's trying to emulate. It's not something I care about. This track is it's kind of bland. There's long straightaways, wide turns, not a ton of like off-road opportunities. I do like this little bit at the end, right? The first lap you can't take it at all because you're not going to have a mushroom first lap, right? But second lap it becomes kind of just a little shortcut to skip that wide turn. But here in the final lap, obviously, I don't have a mushroom here, but but you can use this as like I like final shortcuts at the end of courses. I think that's really cool when they do that. So definitely has a lot of potential here, and I think that's a cool thing. It's okay. It's not fantastic. I can't justifiably really put it anywhere higher than like here. Do I like it more or less than Royal Raceway? I'd put it here. I think that feels reasonable for it. Obviously, visually, it's kind of not great. Wave 1, like the whole BCP never got up to base game level. There are some tracks that came close, but it never achieved base game level visually. And I'm not like a super big like visuals are, ride or die graphics kind of person, but it was noticeable, especially in Wave 1. Wave 1 was just bad visually, and the fact that they never went back, they never touched any of it up. It like, I mean, look at this. What even is any of this? That's just nasty. So it's not fantastic, but I say as the very first tour city from the base game, from the BCP introduction to the way that the cities are going to work with things changing from lap to lap, I think it did a pretty decent job at that. Let's take a listen to the music here. Wouldn't you know it, that's French. I mean, it's fine. I can't say that it does anything to really stand out to me. It's not like this top comment honestly like sums up my feelings about this pretty well. This song is almost insultingly French. It does nothing special for me. But it's not bad. I don't hate it. I mean, it's definitely here. It's definitely right there in no strong feelings. It's fine. It's not exceptional, but it's fine. Let's go ahead and move on. Oh, right. Toad Circuit. What is there to say about Toad Circuit, really? It's a starter course. It's a freaking starter course that made it into the DLC. I think I'd rather it was here than as a retro in Mario Kart 9. That's like the best thing I can say about this track. It's as far as starter courses go, it's could have been worse. It's not Figure 8 Circuit or Mario Circuit 1 from Super Mario Kart or Peach Circuit or but it's not Luigi Circuit, it's not Mario Kart Stadium. It is what it is. I like the little glide ramp there. That's kind of neat. That's about the best praise that I can give this course. It's just bad. It's just bad. It's so boring and bland. And it's like Wave 1 did spoilers, I guess, for some of the other rankings we're going to see going forward. Wave 1 did a horrible job selling us on the booster course pass. It just did. It's so bad at it. Like, what were we supposed to do with this? So it's bad. It's just bad. It's boring. It does nothing special. It's generic circuit. It's bad. So, yep. All right, let's go ahead. Let's move on to the music and see what we think here. I don't hate this song. I think that the I don't know what I'm trying to say here. The theme from Mario Kart 7 is pretty decent. And this song is not bad. I like this remix a lot. I actually think like the orchestra does a lot for this song. But it doesn't do anything like supremely special. So, you know, not much more to say about that there. I'd put it probably here. I like it more than Mario Circuit from base game, I think, but the song is fine. It's fine. Let's move on. Let's move on from Toad Circuit, because I think we've had enough of that one. Choco Mountain. I'm not a big fan of a lot of N64 tracks, but this one was always better than most of them, I think. I actually really like the way that this one got updated. I remember when it first got added to Tour, and I was like, "Oh, this is kind of charming." Like the cave section and everything. Yeah, no, it was cute. I like this addition of the glider section. It turns what would have normally been a really boring like straightaway into something a little bit better than that. So, you know, it's not bad. It's not, you know, it's not exceptional again, but it's fine. It's hard to say much about a lot of these Wave 1 tracks because they really just didn't do anything for me. It's an N64 track. I think that atmospherically it's cool. But I have nothing more really substantial to say about it. It's mid. It's mid. I'd say it's not as good as Wario Stadium or even Yoshi Valley. Better than Water Park. Yeah, I'd say that. I'd put it there. I think that's a good spot for that one. For Choco Mountain, it feels about right. So, let's take a listen to the music. Choco Mountain. So, okay, here's. Gosh, sorry. It's really loud in my ear, so I'm trying to turn it down. I'm gonna admit, I'm not the hugest fan of Mario Kart 64 soundtrack. I think most of them they're just not my thing. It's like, if you're into it, cool, all the power to ya. But this soundtrack just doesn't do much for me. There's some standout hits for sure, but this song, like right there, I can't justify putting it any higher. I might even move it down later. I'm not sure. It's just, this song just does nothing for me. You know, I don't get it. That's just Choco Island and a lot of the N64 tracks in general, both from a gameplay standpoint and a music standpoint. They're not my thing at all. So it is what it is. I gotta call it there and say that is the most I can say about them. Let's move on to one of the most iconic tracks, like, ever. Definitely, like, this one was, like, the selling point of Wave 1, and it was, like, it was the way that they kind of got people to, like, be interested in Wave 1, like, at all, I think. And it's, like, Coconut Mall and Ninja Hideaway had to do a lot of hard carrying for for wave 1 of the booster course pass, back when this was all we knew was coming. Like, I mean, we knew more courses were coming, but we had no idea, no way of knowing what they were, or how any of them would play. It's like, this was the introduction, right? And I mean, it's Coconut Mall. This is a good freaking course. It's a good track. Is this as good as the Wii and 3DS remakes of the Wii and 3DS versions of the track? Obviously, I have to say no. I don't. Some people say that this track got ruined in the BCP. I disagree. Don't pay attention to that. That didn't happen. You didn't see that. I don't think that it's that drastic. The cars are not as big of an active hazard, which does make them less engaging even after the update. I think that the escalators to ramps change is not as big a deal as a lot of people say. Graphically, yeah, I think the original color palette was better, but I do still like this like brighter color palette. I don't think it's bad. So personally, at the end of the day, it's still Coconut Mall. It's still one of the best Mario Kart tracks ever. You know, you've got all these different paths. You go up and down, right? And there's different merit to each one, right? There's, you know, the escalators are a genuine challenge. You don't want to get caught on the wrong one. There's some good sharp turns. These turns on like 200cc are like genuinely difficult, and I think that's really cool, right? You have the option here of this upper glider path, or there's the not glider path down below, all of which, like, these are good options here. And I think that while they're not as big of an active hazard, gosh, I'm just getting destroyed by items here. Well, they're not as big of an active hazard. The cars doing wheelies there are still fun. It is funny to me that they had to update that later because we all complained, or I guess like I said, I wasn't a part of any of this discussion because I was still on my mission at the time. But the fact that they had to update them later is funny to me. Other than that, though, it's you know, it's Coconut Mall. It's Coconut Mall. I can't put it in absolute peak because it is still not as good as the original version. And I don't even like Mario Kart Wii. Like, I don't like Mario Kart Wii. I think it is a fundamentally flawed game. But even I will admit, Coconut Mall is one of the best tracks in the series from both like just a theming perspective, from a design perspective. It is a great course. And this is not as good as the Wii and 3DS version. So I can only put it in phenomenal. I can't put it at the top. I don't even think I'm going to put it all the way up in phenomenal. It's probably going to go somewhere here in the middle. Behind Wild Woods, above Super Bell Subway. I think that feels good for Coconut Mall. Still a phenomenal track. Still great. Just not peak. It's not peak anymore. But gosh dang it, this track carries the Golden Dash Cup so hard. The Golden Dash Cup, honestly, is, in my opinion, like the worst cup in the game, or one of the worst cups in the game. It's hard to say which one's like the absolute worst. I suppose I should do, like, after we're all done, I could do like some math and figure out which cup is actually the worst, at least in my opinion. Golden Dash does not make a great showing. You've got Paris, which is just okay at best. Toad Circuit, which is just boring. Then, you know, Choco Mountain, which is, again, okay. Coconut Mall, which is, you know, it's Coconut Mall, but it's still not the best version of Coconut Mall. I'd still prefer to play this version over the Wii version because I don't like Mario Kart Wii's physics, but that's an argument for another day. The track was more interesting and more engaging in its Wii incarnation. So I do have to put it here, I think. Let's take a listen to that music, though. It's like, this is like, is it safe to say that this is Mario Kart's most iconic song? Like, in the franchise? It's like, even if you don't play video games, even if you don't play Mario Kart, it's such a meme song that so many people have heard it. Again, Is it as good as the original version? I don't. Let me pull up the original here. Goodness, I cannot type. Coconut Mall song. Let's just listen to the original. It's like there's something to this. You got that steel drum kind in the background. Right? I think that, like, this one's just, it's boppier, you know? Like, you listen to this version, and you could still hear, like, the steel drum kind of riff in the back. But this is just, it's just better. It's just better. There's something about this that feels bigger and goofier, you know, and this just doesn't hit that same height. It's, again, it's still Coconut Mall, so it's still good, but it's missing that special something that made the original song so iconic. And it's just not there. It's just not there. It's not peak. I wouldn't even put it there. I'm gonna have no, not there. Well, maybe there. Better than the 8 Waluigi Pinball Remix. No, it's not better than Music Park. It is better than Baby Park, though. Right there. For Coconut Mall, yeah. It's just not there. It's just not there. So, it's a fine song. It's a good song, even. I'd even go as far as to call it pretty fire. That's the tier it's in. It's pretty fire. It's still Coconut Mall, but it's not the original. It's not the original. All right. Let's move on here. Oh yeah, we gotta skip ahead. So remember how I said Tour's early showing was really bad? This is like I keep wanting to say that this was like peak Mario Kart Tour badness, but I don't know if that makes any sense at all because I'm saying it's peak. This is like the worst that Mario Kart Tour had to offer. Like the Tokyo Blur, when it first dropped in Tour, like this is why I say you would not be judged at all for thinking that Mario Kart Tour has bad track design. Because look at this. What is this? It's long straightaways and long wide turns. The track. There's no shortcut opportunity. There's one shortcut opportunity right here. And that's it. You don't even get to take it every lap. Right? Right, it's this one off-road shortcut right here. Otherwise, that is it. There's no vertical. That is the only trick ramp in the entire course. There is absolutely nothing of interest to do in this course. It is straight lines. It's just straight lines. I guess there's the glider ramp at the end, but that does not save it. This course, this is not a hot take at all. Worst track in the game. Worst track in the game. They don't even do anything creative with like the lap changing gimmick. You go Tokyo Blur 1, Tokyo Blur 2, Tokyo Blur 3. Like they do nothing interesting with it. The different variants aren't different enough to like make it interesting. It's just bad. It's just boring. It's just so boring. This track sucks. I hate it. Worst track in the game. It's not even a competition. Let's listen to the music. It's fine. It's kind of a bop. Again, it's kind of got a similar thing with like, I don't know. This track, I think, was one that really benefited from the glow up of Tour to 8. In that, like, because back when the when Wave 1 like dropped and everything, like we could tell that they weren't doing much to like really update the visuals, because like this looks like it was ripped out of a mobile game, but they were going out of their way to upgrade the soundtrack, and I think this song was like the one that was like, oh yeah, no, this is gonna be good. I still don't think, like, especially like with the entire rest of the Booster Course Pass, like in hindsight, like now that we're 2-3 years removed from this song launching, it's okay. I don't love it. I'd put it. I'd put it here, I think. I don't hate the song. I don't love it though. It's good. It's fine. Yeah, it's okay, but it is just, it's not that interesting, to me at least. Let's skip ahead the end of Tokyo Blur, because I'm done talking about this track because I hate it. It's awful. It's a terrible track. To Shroom Ridge. I always liked this one, even on DS. Like, I always felt like this was kind of an underappreciated gem from the DS era. So when it came back, I was actually kind of happy. I was like, oh dang, that's Shroom Ridge. I like that one. It was never my favorite. It was always good. It was good. And I think that honestly, this one really benefits from 8's engine a lot. I think just like the way like drifting works in this game is better than in DS. I think that like the cars are like, they're just sporadic enough to be interesting, while not being like super intrusive. So like and I actually like the fact that there are certain areas that are nice and open. I love the new shortcuts that they added. Visually, it was a Wave 1 track. It doesn't look super great, but I mean, it was also originally on the DS, so it's still a glow up. This also was one that was kind of interesting because it hadn't been released in Tour yet when it was first added, which I find kind of amusing, but that's neither here nor there. This one was fine. This is a good remake of a track that I always liked. Never loved, but always liked. And I think that this remake did a lot to actually kind of help it along. I'd put it in the I like it tier. Probably above Thwomp Ruins, above Electrodrome. We kind of discussed in last stream that Electrodrome was one that fell in my eyes, like in the middle of the stream. It's like, I was like, yeah, I like this. I was going to put it in Phenomenal. And then I like stopped and thought about it for a second. I was like, oh, it's actually not that great. But I'll put Shroom Ridge here. I think visually, honestly, what this track reminds me of too a lot is just like, it just reminds me of like road trips. Growing up, my family, we lived in a different state than my extended family did. And so like every like 6 months or so, we'd go on long road trips, from Arizona up to Utah, or from Utah. We lived in Utah. My grandparents lived in Arizona. So we go from long road trips from Utah to Arizona. And this kind of reminds me of that, even though like this scenery looks nothing like the highway between Utah and Arizona. That road trip is actually really boring. If you ever take that trip, there's nothing to look at, but I don't know. It just reminds me of long road trips, and which is weird to say nostalgically because I hate road trips, but like this track, it's kind of a vibe. It gives me that road trip vibe. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how exactly it works in my head, why I think fondly on it, even though like I don't think fondly of those road trips at all, and to this day I still despise long road trips. But I like Shroom Ridge. I always kind of have, even on DS I always liked it, but I like Shroom Ridge. It's a good track. Let's listen. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's listen to this music though. You want to talk about a glow up from DS to 8. Holy cow, this song. Friggin' the whistle guys right there. It's like, what instrument even is this? This is something that I love too a lot in music. When you get like those like sort of like trumpet stings, it's like, it's not the main instrument, but like they come in just when they need to like make it fun and exciting. This song got such a glow up from DS, especially because I'm not a huge fan of the DS sound font. Oh no, I don't know if I want to put it top tier, but it's so close. It's so close to being top tier. This song is just, it's such a vibe. It's such a vibe. I love it. I love it. It is the vibiest of songs. Truly spectacular. Let's move on to whatever comes next here. What is next? Oh, I think I remember what. Yeah. Sky Garden. Sky Garden. Okay. This track is interesting. I don't hate it. A lot of people hate it. I don't think it's that bad. I'm not the first person to say this. I know this much. I know that like Shafrillis said it, Sir Musty said it. This track is fine when you try not to consider it a remake of Sky Garden. I grew up with Super Circuit. I had it on my Game Boy Advance. I say that like I could have had it on anything else. So I did own Super Circuit as a kid, played the heck out of it. And Sky Garden is a track that means a lot to me because I was so bad at it for a long time and I hated it. And then one day I just kind of, when Super Circuit kind of just clicked for me. And all of a sudden I was like, dang, I actually really like Sky Garden. This track is cool. And so when I saw it was getting remade, I got super excited. And then I played it and I'm like, okay, this track is still fun. This ain't Sky Garden though. This isn't Sky Garden. Like it has the most basic original Sky Garden shape, but even then, I mean, like you look at, we can go look up the original, Sky Garden. Garden Super Circuit map, right? You get here's someone's already got the massacre of Super Circuit tracks. Look at that, dude. That's so bad. But as a course on its own, I think it's kind of fun, actually. I'd say like overall, Super Circuit got treated really well in Mario Kart 8. At least now, like in hindsight, in base game, no, it's like in the Wii U version of Mario Kart 8. The only Super Circuit track was Mario Circuit, and I was like, frick that. But then the Wii U DLC came out. We got both Ribbon Road and Cheese Land, which are both amazing, right? And then in the Booster Course Pass, we actually got quite a few pretty good GBA remakes. This is just not one of them. It's just not one of them. But I think that what I do think this track does well, I do love the sense of verticality a lot. I love the going up here. It is, I don't know what Wave 1 and 2 had this weird aversion to anti-gravity. It's like this section, like starting here to the glide ramp, this all should have been anti-grav. It should have been. It feels like such a weird missed opportunity that it's not anti-gravity here. So I don't know. It's super weird. I never know what to think about this track. I think like I obviously I can't put it down here. I don't want to put it down here, but I also can't put it up this high either because like, while I don't hate this track, I think if it were trying to be its own original track, I'd probably put it, and I guess I don't mind. It's really short, and that's kind of a shame, but otherwise, like, I'd probably put it in this tier, because I do like it. I think it's fun to race on. But it also, because it's trying to be a remake of Sky Garden, one of my favorite courses in Mario Kart Super Circuit. I gotta put it here. That's the highest I can justify. I want to put it higher, but this is the highest that I can justify. Let's take a listen to that music though. Maybe the music can save it. Guys, I think the music can save it. Take us away. Take us away, Guitar Man. Oh, is it over? Wait, hold on. No, we got one more bit here. The trumpets do that thing I like again, like the little stings in the middle. It's like, friggin' dude, this song peaks. This song, yeah, right there. This song is peak. I love this song. So good. Over and over. I've listened to this song on repeat so many times. So good. The track I could do without. I wish it got a better remake. The song, peak. Let's move on to the last course of Wave 1, and for me, in my opinion, this course is the one that like hard carried Wave 1. Coconut Mall was good. This course was like them trying to be like, hey guys, don't worry, Tour can have good courses. Tour can have good tracks. I love this track. I think like for this track you have two kinds of, like there's the two general camps, right? There's the ones that really like it and the ones that really don't. I'm very much in a really like it camp. It's not like absolute top tier Mario Kart. What just happened there? We're not judging my gameplay here. That's not what we're talking about. What was that? That was nasty. That was awful. I love like the idea of like the split paths here, right? You've got the up and down, right? You know, you go up high here to it almost has like Sonic level kind of gameplay, right? Where you have the upper path and the bottom path, and they're just fun. And that was embarrassing how I missed that. I also, this track is really fun on 200cc, partially because of like that one super cut you can take there, that really big corner jump you can take, which is incredibly hard to pull off consistently, but also just super good. Really effective. I like that shortcut too, the one that I just took. I think that's a really good shortcut. Right, didn't get the upper path there. That's embarrassing. I love this course so much. I also, one thing that I want to give this track a lot of credit is this is a genuinely difficult track. It's like this turn especially trips so many people up on the first go around. It is a really hard course. There's really sharp turns, with some pretty harsh penalties if you mess them up. It's good. I like this course a lot. But like, I mean, this is I want to see if I can actually get the upper path this time. It doesn't look like I will. Oh, did we? Oh, we did. Yeah, it's like there's so like trying to stay on those upper paths the whole race is just really fun. It's so much fun. I don't think it's quite absolute peak, but it's definitely top tier. I want to put it in top 3 of this tier here. I do like it better than Mute City. I don't know I like it better than Cloud Top Cruise. I'm gonna put it here. I think that feels good for Ninja Hideaway. It's just so good. This track carried Wave 1. Wave 1 would have been such a major disappointment if not for Ninja Hideaway. I mean, Wave 1 was a major disappointment in a lot of ways. Like, the Booster Course Pass really did not put its best foot forward, but Ninja Hideaway was, in my opinion, still to this day, is one of Tour's best original courses. I love Ninja Hideaway a lot. Let's listen to the music. That chanting, though. Whoa. Whoa. Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-da. I don't know what it is about this song that's like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, this song is fire. This song is fire. It's kind of, it feels almost more laid back than it should be. And then you get to about here. Right here. Give us a second. We got the flutes, right? And it's building. Take us away. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Certified banger. Right up there to the top. I love this song too. Love this song. This top comment here. Every time I hear this song, I always think, man, this go really well in Splatoon. I don't know if you guys listen to Noteblock Remix at all. He has a mashup of this song and Calamari Incantation. Is one of my favorite fan remixes of any song ever. It's so good. I glanced at that top comment there and I was like, yes, this song would go really well with Splatoon because it's just good. It's just good. Sorry, that was my Minecraft. Did not mean to open that up. Let's go ahead and let's move on to whatever comes next here. Moving on to Wave 2. We've been burned a little bit by Wave 1. This is like I said, I didn't play Wave 1 when it came out because I was still on my mission. I came home like a couple weeks before Wave 2 dropped. Was when I came home from my mission. So I did get to play this one when it launched. Again, I have played all the cities beforehand because I played Tour back when it first launched. So I played all the cities before. Oh, right. We've got a ways to go before. Yeah. New York Minute, the very first tour course in Mario Kart Tour. This was like the first tour was the New York tour. Which is kind of interesting. It definitely feels like a early tour course. It's kind of interesting when you compare like the early tour tracks to the later ones, because the early tour tracks were so short. They were so small. Like you look at this course at the map here, and it's just so compact. But I honestly think that serves New York really well. I think if there is one tour track that really benefited from the multi-lap system that was implemented in the BCP, it was New York Minute. Because the individual variants of this course are just not interesting. They're really boring. And this track isn't great either. But I think that having all of the different variants in New York Minute, how do I explain this? Something that the later tour cities did was they made it so that each variant was like drastically different from each other, which was a very, very different philosophy than the early cities. The earlier cities had a lot of like interlap between the different variants, right? So New York 1, 2, and 3 were pretty similar to each other, just with a couple of alternate routes in between. And so the way that you kind of weave in and out of all the different routes, I think works really well for this track. It's, again, not spectacular, but I think it puts on a good showing. I kind of like this one. I don't love it. I don't, it's not amazing, but I do kind of like this one. I kind of really want to put it in kind of bottom of I like it tier of B tier here. We'll go right there. I do like this one. It's not fantastic. It's not spectacular, but it's good. And I think that's all it needs to be. It just needs to be good. Which, for a tour city, it's pretty good. But I think the wave format, or the variation format, worked really well in New York Minute's favor. Oops, that's the wrong button. Didn't mean to press that one. Haha. Opened up my the wrong screen. Let's take a look at the music. You got your classic New York jazz, right? Like this just feels very like New York, or at least like what New York I know from like movies and stuff. Again, I've never been to any of these cities, but it definitely. It's good. It's fine. I have no strong feelings. It's... yeah, right there. It's good. It's... this kind of classic jazz is never really been my favorite genre. It's just not. I don't hate it, but it's just never really been my favorite thing, Tis what it is. It's fine. I don't hate the song. Don't love it. No strong feelings right there. It's fine. Let's move on to... oh. It's you. Alright, let's talk about Mario Circuit 3. Let's talk about the SNES courses again. So, okay, get this out of the way. It's flat, it's boring. What else needs to be said? Of all of the Mario circuits, I guess it's better than if they had picked Mario Circuit 1. But Mario Circuit 4 is more interesting than this one. It's not drastically more interesting. Mario Circuit 4... The one benefit that there would have been to picking Mario Circuit 4 would be that it hasn't been remade before. Mario Circuit 2 is just actually more interesting because you have that jump kind of thing in the middle. But otherwise, yeah, it's Mario Circuit. It looks like Mario Circuit. It plays like Mario Circuit from Super Mario Kart. And it's Mario Circuit 3, the most remade course in Mario Kart history alongside Rainbow Road SNES. So, what is there to say beyond it's Mario Circuit 3? If I had to give this track one thing, I will say that this track does have one thing going for it, and if I have to yield on this one thing, it is that on 200cc in particular, drifting around all these turns can be kind of fun. It's not so fun that I'd call it good. I wouldn't call it challenging fun. But when you're going super fast and you're nailing all these really big drifts one after another, in 200cc, you are always drifting on this course, and that can be kind of enjoyable. That is the nicest thing I can say about this course. It's better than Tokyo. Not as good as Toad Circuit. And Toad Circuit's not a great course. It's still not. It's not as good as Toad Circuit. Listen to the music. There's this thing. When it comes to remixing music from the SNES Mario Kart, that I don't know why they do it. Because I don't like it. Where they go for a more nostalgic angle for these songs, it's so frustrating to me because I think that a lot of these songs can actually be quite good if they actually tried to make them good. This does not sound good. It doesn't. This does not sound good at all. It's the melody, I think, has the potential to be really good if you tried to update it with modern instruments and stuff, and that's cool. But they're going for that nostalgic sound that just ends up making it not great. And the thing about that nostalgic sound, to me at least, is it's one thing on the system that it was designed for. When you listen to the original SNES version of the Mario Circuit theme, right? The whole song is that sound, right? And it fits with the game. That kind of song, I get what they're going for, but I don't like it. I don't like that style. I don't think it works well. for what it's trying to do. Like it doesn't fit the vibe of Mario Kart. It's kind of got that same vibe that like Excite Bike Arena does. I think Excite Bike did a much better job at actually modernizing the song though. Mario Circuit 3 makes no attempts to modernize the song. It just uses more updated instruments, and it just doesn't sound good. It just doesn't sound good. It just doesn't sound good. Let's move on. I'm done talking about Mario Circuit 3. I don't like that course. Oh, it's Calamari Desert. Oh boy, have I been waiting to talk about this one. Oh, have I been waiting to talk about this one. I don't know where this came from. I have no idea where all this came from. But Calamari Desert has this reputation among the N64 stands that it is just one of the best courses that Mario Kart 64 had to offer. And in fairness, that might be true, but that does not make it a good course. Because Mario Kart 64, in my opinion, does not have a lot of really good courses. I don't like Mario Kart 64, its tracks, very much. And this course, I have always hated. I hate it on the N64, I hated it on the 3DS, and I still, to this day, do not like Calamari Desert. Visually, it's so boring. It's so boring. Deserts are kind of a hit or miss thing for people visually. For me, I do not like deserts. I live in Arizona. If I want to look at a desert, I'll go outside, and I don't want to look at a desert. I don't want to go outside. I just don't think they're pretty. I just don't like deserts. I don't like the color brown. It's such a boring color. And this orangish brown, really not much better. Again, if I wanted to look at this, I'd go outside. Except I don't want to go outside because it's, 250 degrees outside and I'd die. But that's beside the point. Visually, this track is boring. Let's take a look at the layout. It's a freaking oval. It's a really big, slightly wobbly oval. Oh my gosh, this track sucks. Let's talk about the train. Oh my gosh, guys, fun gameplay. How exciting. I get to stop at the freaking train. I hate this course. I hate this course. In all of its previous incarnations, this would have been bottom tier. This is my least favorite track in Mario Kart 7, by the way. Bottom tier. Actually, that's not true. Luigi Circuit is also there, and that track sucks too, but it's awful. It's really bad. That's my sister texting me. Stop, Miranda, go away. My sister's texting me like crazy and I need her to stop. Anyways, the one thing, in all its previous incarnations, this course sucks. In this particular version, you get to go on the rails. And it turns the train into an actually compelling hazard for this one section of the track. Right? You don't have to make the 3 full loops around the really long, boring oval. Now you get to make 3 loops around a slightly smaller oval. I remember this clip actually happening because I just got absolutely demolished by green shells here. That was just sad. You can see I saved a video of that one. That was just me getting Mario Karted. But that's beside the point. I think that addition saves it from being F tier. Does it put it any higher than D tier? No. This track still sucks, and I still don't like it. It does save it from being F tier. That one addition makes it the slightest bit memorable and does one thing with the train that I think is actually interesting. It's still not a good course, and I still don't enjoy playing it, but it's better than trash. So I guess there you go. Oh, that's the music. That's the music one. There you go. Yes, I think Dry Desert is a more compelling desert track than Calamari. Miranda, stop texting me. I should probably like mute that for a while. I've never attempted to mute that before. Anyways, yeah, track is boring. Course sucks. All right, can I mute these? Not easily. Whatever. My sister's texting about babysitting my nephew. Brand, I'm trying to stream. It's fine. Again, it's desert track. It's desert song. It's another N64 song, and I like I said, earlier I gave my piece on how the N64 does not have the best soundtrack in my opinion, and this is not one of the outliers. I'd say, in my opinion, like from N64, the outliers as far as music are concerned are OG Toad's Turnpike and Rainbow Road. It's like. But yeah, this song is it's not that bad. It's not quite that bad. Do I like it more or less than Choco Mountain? I like it less than Choco Mountain. I like it less than Twisted Mansion. I'd say there. It's skip. I don't like listening to that one too much, but it's whatever. It is what it is. Let us move on to one of the classics. Easily one of the best courses in Mario Kart history. That's not a controversial take at all. Waluigi Pinball is classic. I think, it has its haters, and I think the thing that the Waluigi Pinball haters say is that there are no shortcut opportunities. And like, yeah, okay, I understand that criticism. I also don't think that every track needs to have shortcut opportunities. Sometimes a track can hold its own on just good design. And this course has good design. It's good theming, first of all, right? You've got that pinball theming, right, which does a lot for this course. But also just like the turns. Like, you've got it's got that healthy balance of like wider turns, shorter turns, sharper turns, right? You've got this section here, which really opens up, giving you lots of options as to where to go, right? The pinballs are a really compelling hazard, right? Because they get in the way, but they also are very avoidable. So it's like, if you get hit with the pinballs, that's your fault. That's a skill issue right there. But because they're just avoidable enough, but they're still like a prevalent enough threat that you have to like take them into account and really think about where you're turning. Like that, you have to take that turn sharper. If I was like trying to like stay middle of the road there, I would have gotten hit. And I think during this big wide section, it's like, yeah, when you stop and think about it, it is technically a straight line, but the pinballs, because they're harder to predict in that section, make it actually a really compelling section and a really compelling hazard. I also think visually, like, this track, would I have loved to see this track done up with, like, base 8 level visuals? Yes. Absolutely, I would have much preferred that. But I also do think that this track did do really well with what it did. I remember when it first came out on tour, and the bright neon lights, the bright colors. If Tour did one thing really well, it was colors. Right, I think that the brighter colors of Mario Kart Tour's art direction did some tracks really. This one, Neo Bowser City, also looked really great on tour, and I just like the bright neon colors just do so much for this remake. The one thing that this track doesn't do as well as its original is the sound effect. Some people will know what I'm talking about with the sound effect. When you reach the end of the course here. Right. You go down here, and it plays a little sound effect. The you can actually hear it. What the most frustrating part about it is in the game. It's in the game. Take a listen to just this intro here, right? When it starts, right? Hear that like little. Okay. Did you hear it? That sound effect is a part of the original track, and it's not in the remake for some reason. Is that enough for me to detract any major enough points? No. Like, this track is still peak. But it's like, it is sad that it got cut. Track is still, what? Where did it go? It got moved somehow. Track is still peak. I am very much like I stand Waluigi Pinball. I think that, like, no, there are no shortcut opportunities, but I think that it doesn't, like, this is one instance where the design itself, the design of the course itself holds its own so well that, like, that is not a detractor. I think from presentation, theming, everything about this track is just fantastic. Music. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was really special in the fact that it was the first ever Mario Kart game to give every single course its own original song. The inclusion of Waluigi Pinball changed that and gave it the same song as Wario Stadium, which is fair. In Mario Kart DS, Wario Stadium and Waluigi Pinball share the same song. I wish they had given it another remix. The thing about the Mario Kart 8 version of this song is that it feels like it was written for a motocross stadium. I don't think it fits Waluigi Pinball as well. It fits Wario Stadium, but it doesn't fit Waluigi Pinball as well. I would have loved for them to put a remix to have like a more pinball, like almost a more digital sounding, like I would like go all in on like the synthesizers and stuff. Just make it crazy. For this reason, Waluigi Pinball gets put in the lowest tier of our music selection. Not because the song is bad, because it's still the Waluigi Pinball song, still a classic, iconic track. But because it didn't get its own original remix, and it's like, was I really expecting them to give it its own original remix? No. I'm still salty about it, though. It makes me sad. So I'm putting it there out of spite. Because I am a spiteful man. And I'm allowed to do that. This is my list. We're putting Waluigi Pinball's music at the bottom. Because Wario Stadium is already up here. And I think that song belongs to be where it is. But the fact that Waluigi Pinball didn't get its own original remix... No, Waluigi Pinball goes down there. Because it makes me upset. It is a sad, sad excuse for a track. Let's move on. Let's move on to the rest of Wave 2. What was the other city in Wave 2? I don't even remember. Oh, I remember what's up next. Sydney Sprint. Oh, yeah. Let's see. When this track first launched, when Wave 2 first dropped, like I said, I just come back from my mission and I was kind of starting to get involved in the community and stuff again. I remember people like really like hyping this one up. It's like, this is like the best city track so far. And it's like a lot of people were like, oh wait, cities actually can be pretty good. And like up to this point, oh yeah, this Sydney Sprint was the best city track that we had seen in the Booster Course Pass. I think at this point, Vancouver Velocity had dropped already. As far as like the tours stuff, we'd played quite a few of them at this point, but this one was still good. I think in hindsight, now that we have the entire rest of the BCP, it's okay. It's definitely the best one we've seen so far. It has the most going on. It's the biggest, right? Remember how I was saying like those early tour tracks were really small, very condensed. This one was a lot bigger. What's interesting about Sydney is like they didn't end up doing the tour cities like in the order that they came out on tour. Because I London had already come out, Berlin had already come out. I think like Vancouver definitely had. This one was definitely further down by the time that the first Sydney Sprint dropped on tour. So the fact that they put this one earlier on, I think was kind of them showing it's like we can make good tracks. I wouldn't call it great, but I would call it good. I think this one also did a really good job with the different variants too. I didn't mention, like, I love, like, this bridge section is really cool because, like, the first time you're going this direction and this little bit in the middle is an obstacle. You can't do anything with this ramps in the middle. And this is original to Mario Kart 8. This was not in the tour version of the track at all. In the tour version, the toads and the train are just throwing items at you like mushrooms and stuff. But so you don't get to use it the first time, right? But then you turn around when you're going back the other way. Now it's here and you get to use it, right? But variant 2, right? You have the lap 2 takes you through this little section here, this like garden park. It's not a garden, it's a park area. I don't know what this is called. Again, I've never been to Sydney or Australia or out of the country. But this is cool. I like there's some nice turns here, right? You kind of have to think. I like how like there's those walls in the middle, especially on 200cc when you're going really fast. Like trying to take the tightest line there can actually be quite difficult, right? This little section here is kind of fun. And then you take a sharper turn to this glider section right around the opera house, you know. This is pretty fun. And then something that I think actually is really cool about this one in particular is lap 3 is lap 1 in reverse, right? So it's not like Paris where you did the first lap twice and then did it reverse. No, it's got lap 1, then lap 2 is different. You do something unique for lap 2, and then lap 3 you turn lap 1 around. And it is lap 1 but reverse. And I think that's cool. I think that this like highway section isn't all that engaging, which is a shame. But what I am saying is that it could have been a lot worse than it was. I think like this was definitely like the first time where a lot of people, especially those of us or especially the people that hadn't played Tour yet, or extensively, I guess. Like a lot of people had played Tour for like an hour and then decided that they didn't like it and put it down. But like this was kind of showing people it's like, oh yeah, the cities can be good. They're not all bad. So I definitely want to put like, it's the best city we've seen thus far for sure. It definitely goes in I like it tier. I'd put it above Grumble Volcano for sure. It's definitely not above Sunshine. Is it above Wario's Gold Mine? No. Actually, I'm going to put it below Grumble as well. It's above Swamp Ruins, but below Grumble. I think that feels pretty good for that one. I think like this one is good. It's not peak city yet. We still haven't hit like the best city tracks yet, but this one is good. It's a good time. Let's listen to the music. No, yeah, this song slaps. This song slaps so hard. Take us away, sax man. Nah, this song slaps. This song goes so hard. Easily one of the best city songs. Like, if we're talking just musically, one of the best tracks in the city. It's not as good as Shroom Ridge. I don't think I put it above Mute City. Right there, just below Hyrule Circuit. I think my Zelda bias definitely helps Hyrule Circuit along a lot. Just because I freaking love Zelda music and the main theme is great. But I want to put it there. This is a nostalgic pick, but this one is just a good song. It's just a good song. The song slaps. It goes hard. Snowland! Okay, so remember what I was saying about how GBA, like in a post booster course pass world, GBA Super Circuit got treated so well by Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This course I think really showcases that, right? Snowland was a perfectly adequate course in Mario Kart 8. I think, okay, I will say one thing first. People hate OG Snowland because it has this like kind of screen shake thing. Am I the only one who never noticed as a kid? Like, to this day, the screen shake on Snowland does not bother me. I never noticed it. I didn't notice it was a thing until I saw somebody else put OG Snowland like on I think it was Shifrillis, who originally showed me that there was. I say he did it like as in he did it and knew me and was doing it to me. No, just I was watching his Super Circuit ranking and he talked about the screen shake and I'm like, that was a thing? And it's like, I go back and play it now. It's like, yeah, no, that was a thing. I never noticed. To this day, the only reason I noticed is because I see other people complain about it. So I guess it's just another thing that never bothered me. I always kind of enjoyed Snowland. If anything, I just didn't like it because it's ice physics. And in a game that's as slippery as Super Circuit, ice physics just make that worse. But that's neither here nor there. I think Snowland in and of itself had, as far as ice courses go, especially an ice course on the GBA, an ice course in Super Circuit, did a really good job with kind of a fun presentation with like you got the little crystals in the background and that sort of pinkish sky. And I think that, you know, like take a look at this backdrop. I don't know. I think that backdrop is just so beautiful. Right, you got the big old crystals, right? The pink sky that then reflects through the crystals. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. They did such a good job translating it. This course adds some much needed verticality to this track, right? I think one of the best things you can do to make a Super Circuit track better is obviously like Super Circuit and Super Mario Kart is just add a little bit of verticality to it. Just some slight, it doesn't even need to be significant, but just some slight elevation changes, some trick opportunities. It's great, right? You got some nice shortcuts here, you know, and they're not as crazy as some of the Super Circuit shortcuts because Super Circuit shortcuts are just absurd. But you know, I actually got lucky enough to get a mushroom here and they added a shortcut here that's so cool. I love this shortcut. Right? Right. You see here, I did a very bad job setting it up. I usually do better at it, but I still pulled the shortcut off. Right? You can cut off so much of that corner, and that's just cool. That's cool. I like this track. I like this track a lot. It's, you know, again, it's not spectacular. It's a Super Circuit track, so it's still a little on the short side, which is a little bit disappointing. And it's an ice track, so it's not, you know, there's still the ice physics, the slippery physics, and you know, it is what it is. But I like it. I like it. I'm gonna put it right below Yoshi Circuit. That's where I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it right below Yoshi Circuit. I like this course. It's fun. My Super Circuit nostalgia was properly fueled when this course released in the Booster Course Pass. As a youngster who grew up with Mario Kart Super Circuit on my Game Boy. Yes, let's listen to the music. I always liked this song originally. I think it is kind of a bop. I do like kind of ice themes. I don't think I like them as much as I like beach songs. I enjoy them. I like them better than desert tracks, but ice themes are fun. This one doesn't do anything like super special. I do like the flute here. The flute's kind of nice. One thing I do really like is this little intro section here. Right? That's not in the original version at all. And I like that. I think it's cool. I like that little intro. It's a neat little addition that I think really kind of just elevates the song just a little bit. It's, you know, it's not anything special. I'd put it probably either top of It's Okay or bottom of Pretty Fire. We're gonna go top of It's Okay. I'm having a hard time putting there we go. Right there. Top of It's Okay. I think fits it pretty well. It's a good song. It's a good song. I like it. Let's move on to the next one. Mushroom George from Mario Kart Wii. Overhyped. This track has always been overhyped. This is very much one of the tracks I think that suffers the most from my I hate Mario Kart Wii ness. It's not a bad course. I'd never call this one bad. I just don't think it's as good as a lot of people say it is. Like I see people like gas this one up so much, and it's like, it's not that. It's okay. It's fine. I think that the bouncing physics, like especially when you have a long chain of them like that, just aren't really all that fun or engaging. And they weren't in Wii either, especially it's like people say that like, oh, Mario Kart 8 ruined all of Wii's physics. I hate Mario Kart Wii's physics. Like that is the reason I don't like Mario Kart Wii, is because I hate its physics. So if anything, I should like this track more than I do in Mario Kart Wii, but I just don't think it's all that interesting. I feel like the loss of control when it's like, I mean, look at that. That sucks, dude. That's so bad. And it's like, I don't feel like that was something I could have like actively controlled. I was playing the course the way that I felt that I think should have been intended. Like, let's watch that again. Right. So here I come in to the cave section here. And it's like, okay, so I take this turn a little bit sharp, sure, but like, that's how you play freaking Mario Kart. And I overshoot the mushroom. No. It's, I think it's not a bad course. I still like Mushroom Gorge, but people gas this one up so hard. And I can't bring myself to put it any higher than like here. Yeah, I gotta put it here. Because like, okay, it's like when it works properly, I think, okay, it can be kind of engaging. It can be kind of fun. But which you know is more than like these ones. I like these ones more on like a vibes perspective, but like as actually playing them is less enjoyable. And this one is like, you know, it also I do also like it like from an aesthetic perspective. I think vibes wise, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's quite pretty. The cave section is gorgeous. Like the colors in it, right? But like it's just not that great of a track actually. And I think that the unreliability of the mushrooms are just not it. Let's listen to the music. It's fine. One thing about this song, let me go and look up the original here. Because this song, it sounds exactly the same. Music. It sounds exactly the same. Right? Am I the only one who just like, there's like some really, really minor differences in like the background instruments. But in all other aspects, this song has not changed at all. And I don't think it's a bad song. I think it's actually quite good, actually. I do enjoy it. Probably there is the highest I can put it. No, it's not that high. Yeah, right there. It's that, yeah. it's especially because it hasn't changed at all from Mario Kart Wii. It's just weird. It's so weird for a track like that to just have not changed. Let's move on. To what's next? Is Sky High Sundays next, I think, right? The second tour original track from the BCP. Even though like some people will argue that it's technically a Mario Kart 8 original, it's not. This is a tour track. It released in Mario Kart 8 like a week before it did in tour, which I think is just funny, especially because of the tour original courses. This one feels the most like a tour original. There's just not much to it. I mean, look at that map. It's a freaking oval. It's an oval. And you know, and you can do oval well. Like Excite Bike does oval pretty okay. You know, Baby Park, obviously, like Baby Park works as an oval because it's a really small oval that you do a lot, right? And the items are what makes Baby Park fun. This one, it's like the idea, it's kind of going, I feel like, for a similar vibe to what Excite Bike is going for. But the problem with this one is, one, you don't have the reference of Excite Bike. Two, Excite Bike has the randomization. Three, this one's longer, right? So, and it's harder to keep that engaging. And four, they decided to make this one all anti-grav for some reason. Even though, one, it doesn't make any sense for this track to be anti-gravity. It's like, why would hitting these fences give you spin boost? That's not conveyed at all, right? And I'm not, you know, none of these are new arguments, right? I'm not the first person to say any of this one, right? This section here, right? You cover, where's my mouse? There it is, right? This section up here, it's a leap of faith. You cannot see where you're going, right? You have to just go up this ramp, and like, you know, bloopers in the way, but right, you go up this ramp, you not knowing, like, if I can't go frame by frame on this, but like, when you look, how am I supposed to know what I'm trying to land on from this angle? Like, it's just not good. It's like, it's not the offensive. It's not the worst thing Mario Kart has ever put out. But I do think, like, presentation-wise, I like the bright colors. I'm also a sucker for bright colors. Like, I am easily stimulated by bright, highly saturated colors. I think the colors are nice. It's not the best looking food in the game. That's the other thing too. It's like, you know, for a food themed track, there is another food themed track in the game. It's Sweet Sweet Canyon. And if we're talking purely graphically, Sweet Sweet Canyon looks way more appetizing, you know? It's just, eh. It's just, yeah. I still think it's more interesting than like Calamari or Dry Dry Desert. I don't think it's as interesting as Bone Dry Dunes. It's just, eh. It's just, eh. This track is just, eh. Let's listen to the music though. Can the music save it? Personally, I think it can. I don't know what it is about this music. Like, it's hard to describe this music, why I like it. It's just kind of a vibe, you know? It's like, oh yeah, this is a party right here. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Also, I love the what is that? The slap bass in the background. Just like, listen to this guy. Listen to him go. Oh, you can't hear him very well in this section, but like, he goes hard in this song. It's like, I like this song a lot, actually. This one is definitely certified banger tier. Where am I putting it? I actually want to put it pretty high. Below, right here, just below Ribbon Road, I think. This song is a slap. It's a bop. This song really rocks. I like it, and it's hard for me to describe what I like so much about it. I know that, like, I've seen other people who've definitely not rated this song that high, but like, for me, no, I think this one just hits me in a place I really like. I don't know what it is. It is what it is. And that's Wave 2. Overall, much better than Wave 1 was, that's for sure, but still, like, not, you know, amazing. But better than Wave 1. Sky High Sunday was a bit of a disappointment, I think. But like Waluigi Pinball hard carried that one. Sydney Sprint was a great showing from Tour, basically being like, hey, not all of these courses are trash. Let's talk London Loop. So, based on my rankings thus far and then the commentary I've had for each of these tracks, like, you can kind of gauge a general theme. I like turns with more complex courses. I like having to constantly shift direction. I like those kind of sharper turns, right? And this track gets hated on a lot. And that's actually one of my favorite tour cities, which I recognize is a hot take. And like visually, this track does nothing cool. Visually, this is generic city, as literally as generic city as it gets. But I think as far as like gameplay wise, this one's all over the place. In terms of like, you're constantly moving and shifting. And I think especially, you know, as someone who plays a lot of 200cc, where those sharp turns are like crazy and you have to like be on top of your game at all times, right? This track is really fun. This track is really fun. It's not the best city. There are definitely some out there that are way better, but like this section here, right, where you're like this street, especially on 200cc, can feel really narrow sometimes, right? And if you're like surrounded, I'm obviously not surrounded by people right now, but if you're surrounded by other people trying to weave around items and other racers, this section, right, this whole bit basically up until this bridge can be really intense, actually. And I like it. I think this track is fun. You know, and then, you know, I love the little detail that on lap 3, right, the chain chomps get released, right, and they start hopping around here, and you know, it's similar, I think, to the pinballs in Waluigi Pinball, where it's a compelling enough hazard where you know, getting hit by the chain chomps is absolutely your fault, but they're not so intrusive that you hate them. Also, this one in the river is just adorable, and I like it. Fight me on that. All right, fight me. It's not the best. I'm not going to say that it is the best. I won't even say that it's as good as like Sydney. I'd say it does come close though. I'd say I'd put it here, which is probably the highest you'll ever see London Loop on any tier list ever. But I like this one. I just do. I think it's fun. It's not the best, but I do like it. So, fight me. Fight me. Let's listen to the music. This is not a genre I listen to much. It's like, rock is just not my favorite thing. There are certain circumstances where I like it. Sonic Adventure, for example, has an example of a soundtrack that uses a lot of this instrumentation that I just adore. But this song is, the beginning is pretty good. Like that, you know, this section is not bad. But the part that I really love right here. I love that bit. I love that bit so much. Like, that one section really just elevates the song. Honestly, I just wish that one bit was longer. But as far as like that one bit, I think elevates the song for me a lot. I want to put it in probably around this range here. Not as good as Mario Circuit. Not as good as Sunshine Airport, because the thing about Sunshine Airport is it's a good song that I don't think fits the track very well. This song does fit the track. I actually think that the song fits the track. It's not as good as Animal Crossing. Yeah, we'll put it right there. I think that feels good. Yeah, that's London Loop. Personally, I think it's a lot better than most people give it credit for. I also like understand people who don't like that track. Like, I'm not gonna like hate anybody who doesn't like London Loop. Personally, though, I like it a lot. I think it's fun. Let's take a look at Boo Lake. You want to talk about a GBA course that got just the freaking an absolute glow up from Super Circuit? Boo Lake really does nail it. You know, obligatory, hey, look, guys, they found the lake. It was a GBA game. I'm not picky about that. One thing I will say with this is like these jumps, right, in the GBA on Super Circuit, these jumps were freaking massive. Some of the biggest like jumps in the game, which is, you know, for a game that, you know, didn't have a ton of really big jumps, but having them as so short was a little disappointing. Ultimately, though, not a major criticism. That's ultimately a small thing in comparison to everything else. But this is like this was the first course in the Booster Course Pass to go underwater. And this is a good section. It's also the first track in the Booster Course Pass to make actual use of anti-gravity. Sky High Sunday does not count because they just went ahead and made the entire track anti-gravity for no reason at all, and it doesn't make any sense. But it's the first track to both make use of underwater and anti-gravity in the entirety of the BCP, and I think that's cool. I think this one just does a really good job. I don't have much else to say, but it's just good. I like this shortcut right here that you can take, right? With a mushroom. I think it's a good shortcut. I think this last turn, right, leading into the end, this is just a fun turn. I think this is a good track. It's gonna go into I like it right behind. Yeah, right behind Shroom Ridge. No, not right in front, right behind. Right behind Shroom Ridge. I think it's a good track. I like it. One thing I also didn't mention. It's over here. I like this background too a lot. I think because that mansion is in the original GBA version. I think they did a really good job like translating the background of the GBA version to the to 8. I think it's good. I like I think it looks nice. It's a nice looking track. And it's a fun track to play, so I like it. Again, it does fall into the same shortcoming that a lot of the other GBA, especially the BCP remakes, like the tour remakes of a lot of the GBA tracks, are a little bit short. And that is, a bit of a shame. Because I would have loved for them to be longer. Like, it's like Cheeseland and Ribbon Road, as far as like their length, actually feel like full on Mario Kart 8 tracks. And that's really great. They feel like the proper length because they did a lot more to really update them. But the BCP GBA tracks didn't. They more simplified them a little bit, actually. So they all feel a little bit shorter. But when one of the biggest criticisms I have is that I want more, I think that goes to show that it's a good track. Let's take a listen. Oh, those violins. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. And that's where the good part of the song ends. Okay, I don't hate the rest of the song. I just think like that intro is so good. Oh my gosh, that intro is so fire, and the rest of the track just doesn't live up to it. It's like the rest of the track is fine. It's all right. I don't dislike it, but oh man, that intro kills. Let's just listen to that intro again. Oh, those violins. The violins get me, dude. The violins get me. Ba 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 ba. The organ. Da da da. Ba 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 ba. I love that intro. I want to put it so high. Like if I were basing the entire song off of the intro, it would easily be up here, right? But unfortunately, it's just the intro. So I got to put it like down here. Let's see, not as good as London Loop. Well, it honestly has kind of like the same thing going for it that London Loop has, where it's like it has that one section that I really, really like, and the rest of the song that I think is just kind of mid. You know what? I'm going to put it right in front of London Loop because we get to the section I like faster. Because the section I like is right at the beginning as compared to London Loop where it's further back in the track. Let's go for that. Is that completely arbitrary reasoning? Yeah. But you know what? It's fine. I don't care. This track is, I don't know what happened there, but apparently I am in 4th. What happened, dude? past me was playing this at like 11 o'clock at night and half asleep. What happened? I was not paying attention. I don't care. This is just B-roll. I don't care about playing well. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. What is next? Oh, Rock Mountain, or its much cooler name in PAL regions, Alpine Pass. Why do the Americans get all the bad names? Alpine Pass is just it's such a pretty name. I like that name a lot. Rock Mountain's just lame. Which cup was this in 3DS? It was the finale for Flower Cup, wasn't it? On 3DS, I think. Yeah, I don't hate this track. The thing is, this is kind of like, it's not your glider tutorial. That's Daisy Circuit or Daisy Hills. But it's also, this is like the titular glider track, I guess. I say titular like that means anything in this context. It doesn't. This is the glider track though. And I'm not the first person to say this, but the gliders in 8 just aren't as compelling as the gliders in 7. In 7, you have so much more control over your glider, right? Whereas here, you just don't. So it's like the glider stuff is just a bit more bland, right? I love this, how you can kind of just like glide over all of that, right? That's cool. I also really love when you get to this section, not here, but right here, like if you have like a golden mushroom or even a triple mushroom, you can like take this really sharply over here on the grass and cut off like a huge chunk of the track. And that's not something that Mario Kart 8 lets you do a lot. Obviously I don't have the items to pull that off right here, but I think that's cool. And this last section going up the hill, it's fun. Not spectacular. It's fun. Yeah, it's a decent track. I think like the highest I can reasonably put it is in the it's okay tier. Yeah, I'll put it there, like right above Water Park, just below Snowland. Feels about right for this one. I'm out of water. Hang on, let me grab my next water bottle, which does not have water in it. Has root beer in it. Let me carefully open this so it doesn't explode on me. I had that happen to me recently and it was not fun. But yeah, this track it's good. It's not spectacular. Oh, I almost closed the thing that would have been bad. Let's listen to the music though. Oh yeah. Guy on the keyboard in the back there. Listen to him go crazy, dude. This song just feels like so crazy. It's good. This is good. This is a good song. Oh, I was on the music tier. Let's see. Where would I put this music tier? It definitely goes in Pretty Fire. Definitely Pretty Fire. I might even be tempted to put it here. Top of Pretty Fire, bottom of Certified Banger. I'm gonna go top of Pretty Fire, I think. No, that little bit at the end, that's a good bit. That bumps it up. That bumps it up for me. Let's put it. Let's redo its positioning here. Definitely in this tier. I guess I don't mind here. That's kind of where I had it before. It's above Mushroom Gorge because like the physics aren't as engaging, but at least they work. Yeah, I'd put it right there, like above Mushroom Gorge, below Dolphin Shoals. That feels about right, I think. It's a good bit there. Yeah, that feels right for the music to go where right where it is. I like it. Let's do it. This tier list is getting pretty wide. I'm having to grab things and move them differently. All right, let's move on to the final course of the what is the Rock Mushroom Cup, right? Rock Cup. I think it's the Rock Cup, right? Because Rock Mountain had the Rock Cup in it. Or the Rock Cup had the Rock, whatever. Maple Tree Way. Maple Tree Way. Oh yeah. I mean, this is a certified Wii classic. You know, one of Wii's better tracks for sure. I think like visually, I actually think that the Booster Course Pass did a pretty good job updating this one. It's like BCP, as far as like the colors and everything, BCP downgraded quite a few Wii tracks. But I think this one actually works really well and looks really pretty. I love how you can actually tell what this is supposed to be now. It actually looks like a tree branch and not like mud. Because it did look like mud on both Wii and 3DS. You cannot convince me otherwise. I think the biggest like problem with this remake in particular is the Wiggler section here, right? In the Wii and 3DS, they got in your way a lot more. They were like more horizontal and you had to like really weave around them sometimes. And that was a much more compelling, especially for an area as big as this. It was a much more compelling hazard. Now there's no real reason to go around because like this is as far right as this one Wiggler is going to get. Right. And the guy in the back, that's as far left as he's going to go. So you just have to like go whoop, whoop. Whereas in like Wii and 3DS, sometimes you had to go like all the way around because they just stopped right in the middle, or you had to wait for them to move. Right. So they were a much more like in your way originally. And so this section here is just kind of boring now. But everything else about this track is still really good. I think this is one of the few like really solid instances of a half pipe because that turn A is really sharp. And so sometimes you just end up taking that half pipe on accident, especially on like 200cc on like high speeds. Yeah. I also think like putting items up there, like this whole section actually, so right here, right, we're going to take this turn. Right here, these are the only double item box set in the entire course, which is really cool because what you've got, right, is you've got this big old section here with no item boxes, right? There's not some over here. There's not even one right here, right? If you want an item here, if you use your items from this double item set, you have to take that half pipe to get one. And if you want two items, not only do you have to take this half pipe here, right? But the next item set, which is up ahead in this section right here, only has single item boxes. So if you want a double item, so like if you're front running and you think you're going to get a coin, right? Because your odds of getting a coin when you're front running is very high, right? Then you want to take that half pipe because you want to get that item box so that you get that coin in your first slot, and then you want to get that second box so you can get a defensive item. And I think that dynamic actually it's one of the few like really good use. I think half pipes as a mechanic are kind of just not all that engaging. They're used well very rarely. It's like this course and then a couple more that we're going to see coming up. But this is one of the good examples of it where it's like there is a compelling decision to make. Are you going to take the half pipe for the item box, or are you going to ignore it to take that tighter turn? And that's really cool. This section here, we stands will complain about the rope bridge skill issue. This is the most natural glider section in any remake from a previous Mario Kart course. The rope bridge, this is like, yeah, okay, I guess. It's like people say that the rope bridge removes like so much of the charm of this course. No, it doesn't. People who complain about the rope bridge are just whining. They're just whining that they're not playing Mario Kart Wii. And I'm like, if you want to play Mario Kart Wii, go play Mario Kart Wii. Just don't invite me because I won't join you. You know, all in all, like, I mean, Maple Tree Way, it's a classic course. Very, very good. Am I going to put it up with Coconut Mall? I think I am. I'm just going to tie it up with Coconut Mall here. I think that this one has to go up here because as a remake, it actually is quite good. Whereas the Coconut Mall remake is like, well, I think that the hate for the Coconut Mall remake is overblown. It is still not as good as its original incarnation, where I think that the Maple Treeway incarnation is just as good. I think that it makes equal amounts of improvements to as well as mistakes. So I'd say that's where that one belongs. Let's take a listen to the Maple Treeway. Top comment, rip Maple Treeway Bridge, you will be missed. No, you won't. Not by anyone whose opinion matters. Okay, maybe that was rude, but I don't care. I don't care for the rope bridge. Like, I think the rope bridge is such a nothing removal. Anyways, let's listen to the music again. This song slaps so hard. This song is so good. It's just like, listen to that. Listen to that. Listen to that fiddle. The fiddle and the flute going back and forth here. Oh yeah, no, this one's great. This is a certified banger. Definitely not all the way up for me, but it's definitely up there. I'd say it's up here. It's in this range here. I'm gonna put it just below Shy Guy Falls, I think. But yeah, no, this song's good. This song is really good. I think like the harmonica here does just so much for this track. Well, and then you've got like that harmony right there. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's move on to the second cup of Wave 3, the Moon Cup. Once it loads. Okay. I have a fun story with Berlin. It doesn't affect the track rankings like all that much, to be honest. It's just like more of this is kind of my nostalgic take on Berlin. So I mentioned that I've never been to any of the cities that in the Booster Course Pass. I've never been to any of them. The closest I've been to any of the cities is I've been to San Francisco, which I guess Toad Harbor was based on, but like, you know, I haven't been to LA. The closest I've been to LA was Anaheim, where Disneyland is, but that's not quite the same because you go to Anaheim for Disneyland and not for Los Angeles. That's the closest I've been to any of the cities in this game. The thing about Berlin, though, is when this track came out, my sister was serving her mission in Berlin. She was on a church mission in Berlin, in Germany. And I told her about this track, and she's like, oh, that's kind of cool. And so when she got home, this is like the first thing that I showed her. I was like, check out this new Mario Kart track that's based on Berlin. Cause she lived like in Berlin for like several months. And she got just so excited just seeing all of the things in the track. So I've never been, so I can't say one way or the other, but my sister who was there on a mission in Berlin said that it was really cool. And this is one of her favorite tracks purely because of that, because it was in Berlin. Again, this is not going to affect the rankings of the track in any way. I just think it's a fun story. I think it's fun, you know. As far as the track itself, this is another one that I think is pretty underrated. I like this track. As far as like cities go, I like this one. Again, aesthetically, doesn't do much that's special. It's another city from a purely aesthetic standpoint, and I think that like as far as like the turns are concerned, like as far as like the general design, right? The turns aren't as tight. There's more long straightaway sections like what you got right here, right? I think like if we're talking from a oh my gosh, I'm just getting bodied, aren't I? If we're talking from a from like a general design, it's like it's not quite as compelling as say London was. Because I think London has a lot of those like really tight turns in like cramped spaces that work really well. But like this section right here with the cars is like the closest you get to any of that. And it's fine. Not stupendous or anything. I do appreciate that this is the only city with cars. This is a traffic course, and I think that works well in this one's favor to kind of make it stand out a little bit. It's not the best traffic course in the game. It's not as good as like Shroom Ridge or even Toad's Turnpike, but it's like as a traffic course. But it's good. I also like how the cars are not an active threat for the entire course, only for some of it, which is kind of cool. The one thing that I say this track does really well is the multiple variants. Right, you can see here where I'm like crossing up a lot of guys, right? You go through like this same section like multiple times, but in different directions. There's a lot of that like kind of crossover with just different sections of the track. And I think that's really cool. I like how much like overlap there is. For me personally, I actually like a lot of people complain about these maps. And yes, the maps are impossible to read, and this is not helpful to anybody at all. But I think in my perspective, as a general rule, the more complex the map is for a tour track, the more fun I'm going to have, because I like that variation. I like the windiness, the twisting turns. I think this one does a really good job kind of incorporating the different variants to make sure that there's always something compelling going on. And they don't always succeed. It's not like peak Mario Kart. It's not always the absolute best, but I still think, to me, this is one of the better cities. I'd say that this is more interesting than Sydney Sprint. Personally, I'm going to put it like, I'm not going to put it in a tier above Sydney Sprint, but it's definitely in this tier. It's not as good as Shroom Ridge, not as good as Boo Lake, not as good as Electrodrome, not as good as Sunshine Airport, but I will put it above Wario's Golden Line. And I know that this isn't like a popular opinion, but I like Berlin a lot. I think it's just a fun track. I think it's fun to play. Let's listen to that music though. This song is just so fun. This is one of the rare instances where I think its remake and its tour original are like equal. I think both of them do things very well. Let me while this is playing, let me look up Berlin Byways. Right, this section with the violins going crazy here. Trumpets come on in. It's just fun, right? And then you take a listen to the actual music here, to the original. It's very different. And there are some things that I like better and some things that I don't like as much. But I think, in all honesty, it's one of those where it's like, I honestly put these two songs on equal footing. It's like, I don't think this section is quite as compelling in the original, in this version. But this section coming up here, I love it. I love it. But I think like if we're talking just the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe version, which we are, that's the only one that's being factored into the ranking. This song is awesome. Certified banger. I'd even go so far as to put it above Shroom Ridge. Will I put it above Ninja Hideaway? Yes, I will. I will put it above Ninja Hideaway. I love this song. I think this song is a bop. This song is really good. Let's move on now to what comes next, which is... I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Oh, I remember what's next. Yeah, Peach Gardens is up next. I don't have an easy way to like just move ahead like just a couple of seconds. If I did the full 30, then we'd be like too far. Peach Gardens is up next. This track. So I'm not like a hardcore Mario Kart DS stan. I didn't grow up with Mario Kart DS. In fact, I didn't grow up with a DS like at all. I didn't play Mario Kart DS for the first time until much later. And Peach Gardens I thought was always just, it was good. It was never my favorite track from DS. But it was not bad. It was good. Then of course it was in Wii, and I don't care because I hate Mario Kart Wii, so I don't play it very often. But I think this remake does a really good job, especially on like an aesthetic front. Like, oh my gosh, this is just, it's so pretty. It feels just very peaceful, very happy, right? A lot of people say like the garden section's been nerfed a little bit as far as like challenge, and it's like, yeah, fair enough. I think the Monty Moles here are a good addition. I mean, they were in the original, and they were in the Wii version too, but like you couldn't trick off of their holes the first time around, right? It's a good thing. I saw, like, when this track first dropped, I saw some people complain that you couldn't go all the way around the topiary here, and I'm like, people are whining about nothing, because who did that? The one thing, there's these arrows here. With the first time I played this track, I did see the arrows. A lot of people, I've watched several people reactions to this track the first time, and not everybody saw these arrows. And I saw those arrows the first time, and I'm like, what the heck are these arrows doing here? Those, because these are the tour arrows. Like, those only appear in the city tracks when the lap is going to change. But this is an established Mario Kart track. What are they going to do to it? I had no idea what they were going to do. I'm like, what the heck is that? We skip ahead here, and they did something that I never would have expected them to do, but I'm so happy that they did. And I wish they had done it with more tracks. It's like this one and like Calamari Desert both got a pretty substantial change to the way that the track plays. Because in this track, on the third lap, it does what Paris Promenade does, where it turns you around and has you go in reverse. And that is just so cool. It's like, it turns what for me was a good track into a really memorable track, right? I liked Peach Gardens and never loved it, but now I can say it's like, I still don't love it, but I still like it. And I mean, how can you complain to this bit where you get to give Luigi a high five? Can you do this in the Wii version? No. Can you do this in DS? No. You get to give Luigi and Peach a high five if you want. No. That's peak. That's peak right there. It also turns this shortcut here at the end, right? Because this is normally a really big shortcut you can take at the very beginning, but now it's at the end, which makes for some really fun, like, last minute steals, and I think that's really cool, right? You get a mushroom, you can just cut right across that, and it's super cool. So I think I think that this one got a massive glow up. Like, it was a track that I enjoyed before, but now I really like. Definitely goes up here. It's not quite there. I would say it's better than Shroom Ridge. Shroom Ridge was just a track I liked. But this one is now like, but the remake of this track, and I think being able to like take that section, that last lap in reverse, is just really cool, and I like it a lot. Let's take a listen to the music. It's fine. It's fine. I have nothing. It is Princess Garden music. It doesn't do anything special. Definitely. Yeah, right there. Definitely, it's okay. I don't love it. Don't hate it. It's fine. It doesn't resonate with me in any particular capacity, but it's fine. Merry Mountain. Merry Mountain. Do y'all like Christmas? I love Christmas. I'm very much a Christmas guy. I think aesthetic. So let me talk first. The thing of this track, from a gameplay perspective, it's not all that interesting. It's got all the things that I don't like. You know, it's got those long straightaways, wider turns. Actually, that's not even true. This first half of the course, right? Where you go out, there's like this split path, there's this little bridge, there's this kind of winding turn up here, which especially on 200cc, like you come off of this turn, especially on 200, can actually be quite challenging. But the moment, thanks Pink Gold Peach, that was rude of you. The moment you come off that ramp right here, it's a straight line. It is a straight line all the way down. There's really not much going on here. It's not all that compelling. So gameplay, and it's really short too. So it's like gameplay wise, this track is not, it's not spectacular. It's not exceptional. This first half is pretty okay, but it's, you know, it's not winning any awards. What I think this track does just absolutely really well is this is one of those rare instances where I think that the vibes hard carry. It's got kind of that similar feel to like Electrodrome, where it's like the track itself isn't really all that interesting. But gosh dang it, is it just so much fun to play. The vibes just carry it through. I always just feel so happy playing Merry Mountain. And it's purely because of the presentation. The actual gameplay is nah. But the presentation really does carry this track through. And so it's like, yeah, it's kind of got that like I'm gonna pair it right up here with Electrodrome. I think Electrodrome does a little bit better job. It has a slightly more compelling layout, but Merry Mountain goes up there with Electrodrome for me because it's kind of in that same boat where it is a track that is saved entirely by its atmosphere and its vibes. And part of the reason for that is this song. Bum, bum, ba, 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 bum. This song just feels so grand and so exciting. And it's one of those things, it's like you just feel good. You feel happy playing this track and listening to this song. I love it so much. Right? You get the trumpet sting do da da ba da, and you get the violins going crazy. Right? I love this song. I think that the song is better than the track for sure. Song, like, at least here, I'm honestly compelled to put it up here because I do love this song. I adore this song. I don't think I'm going to. I don't think it's quite like Berlin Byways or even Ninja Hideaway or, yeah, it's not quite here, but it's definitely up there. Like, taking a second to stop and think about it. We'll put it right next to Sky High Sunday, actually. I think that fits it really well. We'll put it right next to Sky High Sunday. I like this song a whole lot. One thing I will say, actually, that's kind of interesting. Merry Mountain. There's something in the original that I think does really well. You hear that intro? Where they get there's like those chimes, right? The bells. Listen to that one more time. Bum, bum. Right? And then you get the same intro in the 8 Deluxe version. Where it does more with the horns and like the trumpets, but not as much, like the bells are missing. And that does make me a little bit sad. I think that the rest of the song is better in the 8 Deluxe version, but I do miss the bells. I wish they had done the bells more, especially because it feels more Christmassy. Right? And it's like if you're going for a Christmas track, right? This isn't even a winter track. This is a Christmas track. And if you're going for a Christmas track, you gotta have those bells. Because gosh dang it does feel like it's missing. But it is not as bad as it's like I said, like the rest of the song is better, but it's just like that one little bit in the intro that I'm like, I miss the tour version. Anyways. Let us move on here to the yeah. There is an ever-present debate in the Mario Kart community. Which is better, 3DS Rainbow Road or Wii Rainbow Road? And for me, they're very, very close. It's like I'm a Mario Kart Wii hater. Said it before, I'd say it many times again. I'm a Mario Kart Wii hater. So 3DS definitely takes the cake for me. But I think they're very, very, very close. for me, I love section tracks. I love how you're always with this course. I love how you're always doing something different every lap. Every section is unique and different. Like this turn, you've got the jumps, right? So you have to like decide: am I going to get the trick boost? Am I going to get a drift boost? Right? There's the wavy road right here, which is like practically a staple of Rainbow Roads. Right? You've got some sharper turns. There's this bit where you're like driving around Saturn's rings. This track is an adventure, and I love it. And, oh gosh, this Rainbow Road just takes the cake. This is, without question, my favorite Rainbow Road. In the series. I think, and I've seen some people say that, like, visually this, like, not as good as the 3DS version. Like, the road, well, it's a mixed bag for me. It's like, take a look at this, right? And like the biggest complaint that the actual like presentation gets, right, is it the blue road? I think people are complaining about nothing. It's not as colorful as it was in 3DS. I think 3DS's Rainbow Road had just like an absolutely gorgeous presentation, right? But I do think I really like it's like kind of like almost glass or water, right? And like that's just ooh, look at that! Look at that! That's so pretty. Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Right, you have the moon section, which is anti-gravity. I do find it a little bit odd that for this track, it's not anti-grav the whole way, because I feel like if there were a track that made sense for there to be anti-gravity the entire way, this would be the one, but like that's such a minor criticism. It doesn't stop this track from still being, one of the best in the game. Right, one of the best in the series. I mean, it's 3DS Rainbow Road, man. I love it. I think this one does such a good job, not only being great from a gameplay perspective, but also from an aesthetic perspective, right? You've got the great gameplay, but also the immaculate vibes, and it goes for me right behind Big Blue, in terms of like just absolute peak. Absolute peak. This track is amazing. So very good. Let's take a listen to the music. This song is interesting. I like what they were going for. Obviously, like the composition in of itself is still great, right? 3DS Rainbow Road has such a great song that fits its tone, like an atmosphere so unbelievably well. It's like, it's not as like big and bombastic as some other Rainbow Road themes, but it is, it fits the tone of what 3DS Rainbow Road is really well. Well, and especially because you've got the moon section as well, which we'll listen to in a second, right? We'll listen to this one now, actually. I'm honestly not as big of a fan of this remix, though. I think the 3DS version is better. It's a bit of a downgrade for me. I think just like the more synthesized version just isn't quite what I was hoping for this remix. It's like, again, I can see what they were going for, and like, I can appreciate what they were trying to do, but I just don't think it lands quite as well. It's still a great song. Don't get me wrong. It's still a great song, but it's not as peak as it could be. It definitely, like, I'm not even going to put it like above, Neo Bowser City or probably even Toad Harbor, or yeah, it's definitely, I'll put it right here. Right above Electrodrome. I think that feels appropriate. Just because I just don't think this remix is pretty. Like, let me pull up the original. Let's go. Mario Kart 7 Rainbow Road. It's like, let me just pull up the original, right? And just take a listen here. It's like, it just feels a little bit bigger, And the more techno-y feel just doesn't, I don't feel like it lands quite as well. The track is still phenomenal, the music is not as good as it was once upon a time. So that's where we're gonna put it. That is going to conclude our the wave 3. I love wave 3. I think that it had some of the best cities. Because I liked London Loop and Berlin. I liked both of them. So that is a very personal opinion, but I liked them. You had Maple Treeway, you had Merry Mountain, you had Rainbow 3DS Rainbow Road, which is one of my favorite tracks of the whole franchise. I think Wave 3 was like just a super solid showing all the way around. I will lift Wave 3 up for ages. Amsterdam Drift. Jumping into Wave 4 here. What do we think about Amsterdam? What do we think about Amsterdam? It's... I feel like, coming off of like... we had London Loop, or Sydney Sprint, London Loop, and Berlin Byways, all of which were tracks I personally enjoy. I know not everybody was as big of fans of London Loop or Berlin Byways as I was, but I personally enjoyed them. So this one, I think, from an aesthetic perspective, does a lot. You go into this little rural area. There's the flower garden later, right? It tries to like shake things up a bit. Sorry, I gotta drink something. I'm drowning over here. Or I don't even know what I mean. Anyway, this one does a lot to shake things up. I do enjoy going into the canal. I think that this section could definitely bear to be a lot more compelling than it is. Like some of these turns are a little bit sharp. Like this bit right here on 200cc can get kind of tough, but not like... It's not the most engaging thing in the world. It's still good. This last lap really does kind of take the cake as you ow. You take the harsh turns, right? You loop back around, and you jump into that flower field that we're gonna see in a minute here. Don't watch that. That was bad, right? Right. We jump back into the canal, and I think that this transition actually is really cool, right? You jump into the canal and you pop up out, and boom, flower field. I know it's been said before, but gosh dang it, those flowers look terrible. It's such a shame because Wave 3, if we're talking visuals, Wave 3 like really bumped us up in terms of visual quality. Like it's like I said, BCP never hit base game quality as far as visuals are concerned, but Wave 3 really leveled it up a whole lot. This track did not. This track didn't. Like Wave 4 was actually a bit of a downgrade from Wave 3 in a lot of ways, and like this is just embarrassing. Look at this. That's But it is what it is. The track itself, I think, is fine. It's not the best tour. I'd say, honestly, I'm going to put it... Yeah, I'll put it right here between Paris and New York, right above. I think, like, it's kind of interesting. This track does a lot to keep itself unique and help set it apart from the other cities. But it feels so forgettable to me. For everything that it does to, like, really try and set itself apart, it just doesn't really succeed, I think. And part of that is because the canal is boring visually. The flower field looks bad visually. So all you have left is like the generic city bits and the rural area, which does look nice. It reminds me of the Windmillville in Mario Party 7, only because that's the Mario Party game I grew up with. And so it's like that sort of like rural sheep grazing area. It just reminds me of Windmillville from Mario Party 7. But that's where we're going to put it. Let's talk Amsterdam Drift music, though. Oh, I think this song's... I don't know what that instrument's called. The one that's going off in the background. I don't know what that instrument's called. That's kind of fun there. Like, you can barely hear it, but I think it adds just enough to feel like necessary. This one's fun. It's not. It's nothing spectacular. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think it's definitely gonna go. It's okay. I'm gonna put it right here. I think that feels about right for me. You know, it's good. I don't love it, but it's okay. It's okay. Let us move on to the next track. Riverside Park. You know, I grew up with Super Circuit, so I was always so excited every time that a new Super Circuit track just got a massive glow up. And this one I think did a really good job, kind of, you know, it simplified the layout a little bit. I wonder if I could find, actually, hang on, let me see if I can find like a comparison. Let's see. Riverside Park Super Circuit map. Let's see if I can find like a comparison like I did with oh, hey, here we go. Here's the all of the tracks, their tour variants compared. So it's, you know, they simplified the layout a little bit, which they did for all of the tour courses, except for, I guess, like, actually Boo Lake made it out pretty unscathed, but you know, so it is a little bit simpler, but I think it works well for this one, especially because they do still maintain like that the main shape here, right? Let's jump back to the actual gameplay, and I think visually this one does really good job, kind of, you know. I think it looks pretty. I like this section, how you've got the Patuis walking around. They're holding those items, so you can like try and hit them with an item to like make them drop what they're holding, either to give you a mushroom or to like mess up somebody else if you wanted to do that. I think this last turn, right? Because in the original version of the track, this turn is just boring. Like it's just another U-turn, right? But the waterfall section really just does a lot to make it stand out. And then you jump out through that waterfall. It's just, that's cool. That's really cool. I like it a lot. I kind of said something similar with the cars in Berlin Byways too. I like how the Patuis are not a threat the entire way, right? You know, it's only from this jump to this jump where they're something you actually have to worry about, right? So you have that moment of like security where you can just focus on your lines, right? You just focus on driving. And then once you cross this bridge, once you jump off the bridge, then there's an additional hazard that you now have to worry about. I think that's kind of a cool, like, natural progression that works really well. But yeah, otherwise, like, you know, it falls in the same traps that a lot of the Super Circuit tracks do, where it's a little shorter than I would have liked, but otherwise is really, really fun, and I like it a lot. I want to put it... I think this one actually does better as a remake than Boo Lake does. I want to put it above Boo Lake. Is it above Shroom Ridge, though? I don't think it's quite above Shroom Ridge. I do like it. But I don't think it's quite above Shroom Ridge. This is our biggest tier by far. It just goes to show, like the average quality of like tracks in Mario Kart. You know, when we take a look, like I like it and up is like these are the biggest tiers for us, and that's so good. I think that's a good thing. Let's take a listen to the music here. Boom. I think this one does like a really good job, kind of like just building up a little bit, right? It starts out kind of slow. It's like, oh, okay, what's going on here? Oh, there comes that saxophone. Oh, there's the trumpets. Whoa, bum 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 ba ba dum bum bum ba bum ba bum ba bum bum ba ba da ba ba da ba da ba da ba bum ba da ba dum bum bum. Like, it never hits like just like crazy like peak, but I don't think this song needs to. You know, it doesn't need to hit quite that level. It's good. It's just good. It's really good. I like it a lot. Easily certified banger. It's definitely in this tier somewhere. Because I really like this song. It's much more simple, but I think that it does so much with its simplicity, and I don't think it needs to be any bigger than it is. Where in this tier do I put it though? I think it's bottom of the tier. It's towards the bottom. I'm actually going to put it at the very bottom of certified banger tier. I think that fits its position well. I think that does a good job. Right here. I think that's a good spot for it. Let's move on now to what is up next? Oh, I think I remember what's up next. It's DK Summit, right? Right down. Yeah. Okay. When this track first dropped in the BCP, this is about the time where I started really feeling the Mario Kart Wii fatigue. We'd had a Mario Kart Wii track in every wave up to this point, and I've made my opinions on Mario Kart Wii very clear. I don't like that game at all. I also grew up with the GameCube, and the fact that at this point we had not seen a single GameCube track yet, right? That'll be coming later in this wave, is the very first GameCube track we got. I was not happy to see DK Summit here at all. Especially because I'm also not the biggest fan of half pipes. I don't think they work very well. I think, like, gameplay wise, they kind of suck 90% of the time. Now that we are, a year removed from the Booster Course Pass, I've had time to sit on it. It's okay. This track is good. I do think that it is overhyped still. I think, like, people, it's got that classic Wii, like, nostalgia glazing that people like elevate anything that comes from Mario Kart Wii purely on the grounds that it comes from Mario Kart Wii. This is not the best snow track. This is not the best snowboarding track. This is not the best DK track. It's not the best DK mountain track in the series. But I do enjoy playing on it a lot more than I used to now. I have come to appreciate the half pipes for what they are. I still don't love them, but I would confidently say I missed the gap cut here. I would confidently say that this is one of the tracks that does the half pipes well, which, is worth something, right? I still don't adore this track, but I don't dislike it anymore. So, for what it's worth, this track has definitely gone up in my mind. I do think the gap cut is fun. I don't think that the gap cut is really enough to, like, elevate this track above, any above where it doesn't change my opinion on the track in any capacity, I guess. But yeah, so it's fine. The course itself, I don't know what happened there. I'm screwing up the gap cut every time. I can pull it off consistently. I'm just not doing a very good job in this footage. Yeah, like, this last section is honestly, it's hit or miss, because like I said, it's one of the few courses that I think does half pipes well. I still don't really like half pipes all that much. I don't think they're reliable. They're too inconsistent to be compelling. So it is what it is. I don't adore this track, but I don't hate it either. I definitely want to put it like top of I like it tier. Like it's up here. I'll even be willing to put it at the top of this tier. I don't want to put it any higher than that. And part of that, again, is my aggressive anti-Wii bias. But it has grown on me a lot. It's not the worst thing Mario Kart Wii has to offer. It's not even the most overhyped thing Mario Kart Wii has to offer, because Mario Kart Wii has a lot of overhyped tracks. But I can get the appreciation for this one. I can see why people like it. I can't say the same for some that we'll see coming forward. But let's take a listen to the music, though. Now, this song is fire. Actually, I'm gonna put it kind of in the same place. No, I might even put it higher than that. Actually, hang on. Let me pause it. I'm actually gonna put it. I'm gonna put it even up here, I think. Yeah, right here, right there. It's a good song. This is a good song. And I think actually, like, this does a really good job updating the song from Wii. I think the more like synthesized sounding instruments in this one sound really good, and they work well for what this track is trying to do. This is just, it's a good song. It's a good song and a good track, and I like it. And I like it. Let's move on to Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island. This course. Oh, this course. Crossover tracks. We've seen. I like them. Crossover tracks in and of themselves are great. I have not played Yoshi's Island like extensively. I've played like 2 worlds of Yoshi's Island. And even I can just absolutely appreciate what this track is going for. It's like visually, it's like it looks like Yoshi's Island come to life, right? You know, you've got there's so much variety in it aesthetically, right? You're driving around Dinosaur Land. It's great. I love the coins, how the coins change to the Yoshi coins and they make the same sound effects, right? The music, well, we'll talk about the music later, but just like purely vibes. So good. And then, right, you've got this bit right up here. And I love it when, like, the thing that makes a crossover track good is when they try to incorporate something from the original game that it's based on into the track itself, right? With Excite Bike, you have the random generation, right? With Hyrule Circuit, you've got those like spin boosters, which is like when you hit all 3 of them, you get the Master Sword jump, which is like reminiscent of the puzzle aspect of The Legend of Zelda, right? With Animal Crossing, you've got like there's a lot of different things, right? You've got the rocks, the fruit, stuff like that. They capture that, like that gameplay of the original games in a Mario Kart course. What Yoshi's Circuit does, or what Yoshi's Island does, is you've got the question mark clouds, which spawns a secret platform that lets you take that turn really sharp. And that's just so cool. And the best part about that shortcut is not only is it a really, fun, compelling shortcut that's a great reference to Yoshi's Island, but it's also hard to hit. Like, hitting that cloud consistently, like every single lap, is actually really challenging. And I think that's so good. If you can hit that cloud, awesome. You're going to get a super cool shortcut that's also a great reference. I don't know what happened. I don't know what I was doing there in the game, in the footage. Oh, I was trying to drop out of a blue shell. That's what it was. Anyway, but like, it's like you saw it just there. I missed the cloud, right? And I love that so much. It's such a well, and then if you do land that shortcut, right, you get to go through the flower ring at the end, the goal ring. Right, which is, again, a phenomenal reference to Yoshi's Island. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. I gotta jump back into there. I am actually I'm gonna stop it right here. Or so like you can see here, right? This is the finale, right? The finale is going through the goal ring, and that's so cool, right? I love that. I love that so much. It's awesome. This track is amazing. The one criticism I have is that the actual layout itself is pretty simplistic, pretty bare bones. There's not a ton going on from a layout perspective, so I don't want to put it in absolute peak tier, but it does such a good job. It's top of phenomenal. I think it's the only place I can put it. It's like, just because the aesthetic, the vibes, the Easter eggs, references just do such a good job elevating this course. And it's like, it's not even like the track layout itself is bad. It's just not as compelling as it could be. And that is the only criticism I have for this track. So let's take a listen to the music. Okay, well, first things first, that's not even the first thing you hear, right? The first thing you hear is when it's like doing the pan over, it's like it does the bum bum dum bum bum, right? Love that detail. This is just a really good version of Yoshi's theme, of the Yoshi Island athletic theme. Like, look at that fiddle, he's just having the time of his life. One other thing this song does really well is it does this sort of build up, right? You got that first one, it's just the fiddle, right? Here come the horns, right? Listen to that trumpet in the background. He's having just so much fun just sliding up and down, or maybe it's a trombone. That might be a trombone, right? Right, and then you get your kind of, you get this section, right? The bridge here in the middle. Ba-da ba-da ba-da, ba-da 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 ba-da, da-da, right? And then everybody take it away. It's just so much fun. It's just so much fun, and it does a great job just really selling you on the experience. But that's not the end for this track. I don't know why I did what I'm clicking on. Because when you finish the race, it's not the only track to do this. The Animal Crossing track does it as well. The Big Blue does it too. I think it's Big Blue. Does Mute City do it as well? I can't remember. Right, where it has like that unique like transition at the end, right? But this is easily the best version of it. Easily the best one. It's so good. This song is all I can't even do it all at once now. It's not Cloud Top Cruise, but it is above Sky Garden for me. It's not Cloud Top Cruise, but it is above Sky Garden. Over and over again. Such a good version of the Yoshi's Island athletic theme. Like, yeah, no. Amazing. Let's see what is next. What is next? I don't actually remember. Oh, it's Bangkok. That's right. We saw a brief glimpse of it. It's Bangkok. Oh, we're gonna have to skip ahead. Skip ahead. Ba-da, Bangkok Rush. This one is so interesting for me. I don't know how to feel. 'Cause like it's good. Okay. It's not, it's kind of forgettable, to be honest. It's like, I don't like, you've got this bit here, right, where you're going through this canal section here, right? And that's like the most standout part of the entire track. I think like, you know, the sunset vibe, like this is like the only city to like really nail that like sunset aesthetic. And I think that's nice, but you know, it's just kind of forgettable. I don't hate it, but there's just not much really to set it apart. The one thing that's kind of weird is like these two little bits here, like you can take this corner a little sharper. That's not a mushroom cut. Like that's not off-road. Why is it there? I don't hate that it's there. It's just kind of weird that it's there, I guess. Right? It's just kind of odd. Well, and then you can do it again later. You'll see me do it again later. Let's skip ahead a little bit. No, I passed that little shortcut, right? Anyway, and then like the one other bit that like a lot of people point out is going in through the parking garage, which is really funny because this is like there's absolutely nothing here. It's kind of fun from like just like, oh yeah, you get a really big drift all the way around this turn, but I guess bouncing over these is kind of fun. But I don't know. The track itself is just kind of forgettable. It's mid. It is mid. It's not bad, but I just can't. I can't put it any higher than this. It goes right in this area. Probably. Yeah, right there. We'll put it right there. It's fine. I don't despise it. Don't hate it. It's just mid. It's just mid. Let's take a listen to the music. I think this song fits its track perfectly in that I have absolutely no feelings. It does nothing for me. I have no feelings towards this track one way or the other. It's very forgettable. It just, yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. I don't even want to talk about it super extensively. DS Mario Circuit. DS Mario Circuit. What do we think about DS Mario Circuit? I will say this is, without question, one of the better Mario Kart circuits in the series. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say this is arguably the best Mario circuit in the series. Does that make it a very interesting and compelling track? No. When your other options, when your competition is like, when the next best competition is like Mario Circuit from 7, it's not really saying much. I guess I don't hate GCN's Mario Circuit either, but even that one's like, meh, right? I'd say this one and 7 have like the two best Mario Circuits, and this one is the best one. It's fine. Definitely an odd pick. It's like, you know, especially because like at this time there were so many leaks and stuff happening with the Booster Course Pass, so we knew generally like what. We didn't know exactly which courses were going to get added, but we knew which games they were going to be from, and we knew that this was the last DS course, and it's like everyone was like, it's going to be Airship Fortress. It's going to be Airship Fortress. It's obviously going to be Airship Fortress. Because everybody loved Airship Fortress. The Retour remake of Airship Fortress was really good, and it's Airship freaking Fortress. And then we got DS Mario Circuit, and everyone's like, "What? What are we thinking here?" It's, I don't know why I paused it. It's just Mario Circuit. I love the forest section. I think this is, you know, they added some more verticality here, so it feels really fun to play. And this forest section is quite nice. The Wiggler who wakes up and walks around on the third lap is really cool. I feel like these turns feel a lot better in Mario Kart 8 than they did in DS. So I'd say as far as a remake of one of the better Mario circuits in the series, yeah, no, this track is really good. But it's still just a Mario circuit at the end of the day. I can't, like, I want to put it here. I want to put it in I like it, but it's still not, you know, anything super special. It's like bottom of I like it. It's just another Mario circuit. At the end of the day, it's just another Mario circuit. And that's just so depressing. Especially when the other options were like Delfino Square, which I guess wasn't in Tour, so that wasn't really an option. But when the other option was like Airship Fortress, we could have had Airship Fortress and we got DS Mario Circuit instead. It's like, okay, whatever you say, man. Whatever you say, Nintendo. Let's move on to the first GCN course in the BCP. You want to, okay, so I said like the Super Circuit got treated really well in Mario Kart 8. Like taking everything into consideration, right? Post BCP world, Super Circuit got treated really, really well in the BCP, right? We got a new Super Circuit track in almost every wave. Was it every wave? Did we get one in Wave 6? I can't remember. No, we didn't get one in Wave 6, but we got a new Super Circuit track in almost every wave. We got and the two and Cheeseland, like, yeah, Super Circuit got treated really well. We got freaking everything. Like, Wii fans got everything they could have wanted and more. Like, Wii fans were freaking spoiled rotten. GCN fans were freaking starved in Mario Kart 8. Oh my gosh. And I say this as, like, you know, Mario Kart Double Dash was my first video game ever. So it's like Double Dash is my nostalgia game. It is the game that I love purely because of nostalgia. Any meaningful critique goes completely out the window when it comes to GCN, to Double Dash for me, because it was my first video game ever. I grew up playing that game and I loved it so much. And oh my gosh, GCN fans got treated so poorly in just the entirety of Mario Kart 8's life cycle. We got freaking Dry Desert, easily the worst course in Mario Kart 8, or in Double Dash. Sherbert Land, not Double Dash's finest. I like it more than most people, still not Double Dash's finest. Yoshi Circuit, Baby Park, and the Wii DLC, and then we only got 3 tracks in the BCP. Now, the 3 tracks we did get, Waluigi Stadium, Daisy Circuit, or Daisy Cruiser, and DK Summit, are some of the best from Double Dash, but gosh dang it, being a Double Dash fan in Mario Kart 8 is so gosh dang hard. It's a shame. That being said, let's talk Waluigi Stadium in Mario Kart 8. Visually, I think this track is the closest the BCP ever came to matching base Mario Kart 8. It's still not quite there. You can still see, like, you've got, you know, there's these like flat colors here, like it's very flat, kind of neon again, but like this ground texture is like actually quite good. Like these walls also are just really flat. A lot of flat textures, but it is without question, I think, the closest that the BCP ever came to matching base 8 in terms of like graphical quality. And as far as a remake of Waluigi Stadium from Mario Kart Double Dash is concerned, this track freaking slaps. It took some cues from its Wii rendition, which I hate to give Wii credit for anything because, I hate that game, but this is once again one of like the 3 tracks in the game that makes really good use of half pipes. Right? This section here, what's normally like kind of okay, right? I actually quite like it, and especially it works well in Double Dash because of the more slippery controls and everything, where you're dodging the piranha plants and such, right? But they added those half pipes in from Wii, and like that works really well. I'm taking this shortcut wrong, but you can take that shortcut even without a mushroom, and it works really well, and it's kind of fun. But it's like look at this. This is cool. I messed that up, right? That's bad on me, but that's a skill issue on my part, right? And then not only did they take those cues from the Wii version, but they also added these little bits up here, which are just so cool. It's the best part is that these are not a tour thing. These were not in the tour version of this track, right? These are only in the 8 Deluxe version of this course. And they are just so much fun. It's one of the only instances in the entire game where I will consistently take the slower path purely because I like that path better. I just think it's fun. It's just fun. There's so much fun. I think this is a great remake of one of GCN's best tracks. This was already one of the best courses in Mario Kart Double Dash. And it's a fantastic remake. It definitely goes up here. Above Mute City. I'm going to put it above Mute City, but not above Ninja Hideaway. I think that feels right. Because, gosh, that track is so good. Oh, we forgot to do Mario Circuit's music. So let's take a listen, huh? We're dialing it back a bit. Mario Circuit DS. It's good. It's fine. It's a Mario Circuit theme. I like the record scratch. The record scratch bit is nice there. It's not. I can't put it any higher than like this. I think. Do I put it down here? It's not as good as Toad Circuits. Yeah, you can go down with the rest of the other Mario Circuit. Actually, that feels about right. It's fine. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It is what it is. Waluigi Stadium. I feel like this one is. It does feel quite a bit different than the original. Like, let's take a listen to the original here. Let's go Waluigi Stadium music. Right, because you kind of got these two different dynamics here. Right, and they prioritize different instruments, right? So it's like in this version, you listen, it's like the da 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 da, right? Whereas in the the 8 version, they prioritize kind of the squeaking a bit more, the and I think it's just like a preference thing as to which one you like more. Personally, I'm more of an OG guy. I don't think they ruined the track. It's still good, but it's not my favorite, you know? It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it goes in here. It's not as good as Mushroom Gorge, but it is better than Beach Gardens. That's where we're gonna put it. It's fine. It's a good track. I think that you know, which one you prefer really just does come down to preference. They just prioritize different things, but I think this one's just a little bit better. I also just like the motocross vibe, like that sort of like baseball organ kind of thing. It just feels good. I like it, but yeah, it's a personal preference thing as to which one is better. I think it's a good song either way, but I like the original more. Singapore, because Wave 4 had 3 tour cities in it. They had to get them all in there, so 2 of the waves had to have 3 cities. And is it a hot take to say this is one of the best cities in the game? I don't think it is. I don't think it's a hot take at all. As far as like pure presentation, this one sets itself apart so much. For one, it's at night, which this and Vancouver, I guess Rome too. But like the night theme really sets it apart, right? There's a lot of like that verticality, which is something that not a lot of the other cities have quite as much of. You go up and down like this. It's all over the place, right? And not in like in just like you do so much. There's always something interesting going on, right? I think the first lap, what's really interesting is I actually think the first lap is the worst one, because you just go up above to the I don't even know what the building is called, but the pool party on that building, and then there's just this bridge here, which is like this section right here, this long bridge bit is the worst part of the entire course, and I don't even think that's a hot take. But once you take this turn here, we're gonna take this turn. Right, and we're gonna turn here into Chinatown, which has some nice kind of like, you know, these sharper turns keep you on your toes a little bit, especially like you know, in 200cc these turns are really good, and then you've got these bits in the middle that just block you, and like trying to take those turns as tight as you can while on 200cc while still trying to avoid those is pretty good. It's pretty compelling. And then you come into this bit and you don't even pass the main starting line here, right? It just begins lap 3 right here for this section right here. I don't know what these things are called, but dang, are they pretty, right? I don't know if anyone from Singapore is like, could tell me what those are called, right? You got this bit right here. This is pretty too. Gosh dang. You know, it's pretty interesting. You got those winding turns, right? There's the conveyor belts, which make you think about where you're going, right? This one of the coolest glider sections in all of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I think. Right? There's like so many options as to where you'd go for that glider section. And then you turn around and you head back in through Chinatown. And I don't know. I think it's really cool. I think it works well. They do a good job making this one really fun. It's definitely it's the best tour city we've seen so far. It's even better than, like I put Berlin up here. Like this one goes above Berlin for sure. I'd even be willing to put it right there. Yeah, we'll put it there. I want Mario Kart Stadium to kind of be our benchmark for phenomenal tier. Like that, I think it's where it belongs. So we'll put Singapore Speedway right there. Top of I like it. It's really, really good. I like it a lot. And then let's listen to that music. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. You wanna listen to that? Oh, yeah. This song is such a vibe. Well, and then you jump ahead here. You got this little bridge section here. Right. You got this bit, and then right, we're gonna skip ahead. Oh, that was the end. right? It feels like there should be something more here. It feels like there should be a grand finale here. I don't know. Like, I honestly thought that there was something there, and then there wasn't, which is weird. It feels like there should be something there that there's not. So I will be docking points for that. What I won't be docking points for is dynamic music, which is always exciting, right? You pass through Chinatown, right? And you like... What is that instrument called? Like this, it's not a violin, right? It is a stringed instrument. It's got that sort of like Chinese vibe though. I don't know what the instrument's called. It sounds really cool. I've always really liked it. This is a great track. I am kind of upset that it doesn't build to something more, because it definitely feels like it should. And I wanted to put it like even up here, but I don't think I can now. That honestly, like, it feels like it should go somewhere and then it never does. And I'm kind of really disappointed by that, actually. We'll put it right below Electrodrome, I think. No, it's got to go below Mario Kart Stadium. I think I'm going to put it right in the same spot, like right below Mario Kart Stadium, because like Mario Kart Stadium, I think like this is a track that really does hit what it's building to, and it's really good, but it doesn't quite get there. So good song, but I feel I want more. I want something a little bit more out of it, you know? Let's move on to... Oh, that's the end of the cup, so we got to skip ahead quite a ways before we can hit our next one. What was next? Oh, I remember what's next! Wave 5! Wave 5, Athens Dash. Based on how much I've talked about it, can you guys tell that I like verticality in my Mario Kart tracks? I think it's really cool. I like going up and down, right? That's neat. It's really neat. Athens Dash, guys. This is my favorite tour city. Easy. It clears so hard. From an aesthetic perspective, it's so unique, right? Because you're not really driving through like the city so much as you are, like, this is the Acropolis. I actually know what it's called, right? Right, these are ruins. And that's so cool. This is the Acropolis at Athens. I've always wanted, like, honestly, there's a few places that I would actually like want. I'm not a traveler, and there's a few places that I'd actually want to travel. It's like Japan. I want to go to Japan. I want to go to Greece. I would love to go to Greece and like see like Athens, the Acropolis, Pompeii, like all of that. And like this track just really sells that vibe to me of like this place that I want to go. You know, again, I've never actually been here, but like this is a place I want to go, and this track just only helps with that. I love how much up and down there is. You're at the top, and then you go down, and then you go back up, and then you go back down, and then you go back up. Gosh, so cool, right? I love this section, this little bit here at the end, right? You can take that shortcut. You can use like you don't need a mushroom for that. You can use a shell to break those plants in the way. That's kind of fun, right? It's such a good track. Each lap is distinct enough, right? But it still makes great use of reused sections, right? This is without a doubt my favorite tour city in the game. It is going all the way up into phenomenal tier. I'm gonna put it. Oh, it's like this one blew me away because it doesn't feel like a city. It's like the tour cities kind of all have this sort of same like feel where it's like even the best ones like Singapore, they still feel like a tour city track. This one doesn't. It feels like its own thing, and that's just so great. And I honestly, the first time I played this one, I was just blown away. I'm having a hard time placing this one. Maybe this is controversial. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but I'm putting it up here. I love this one. It is without a doubt my favorite city in the game. So good. Let's take a listen. Does the music reach the same level of quality? It's good. It's good. It's not as good as the track itself. I think this one does a really good job kind of building to that epicness, right? You got that grand entrance, right? ba 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 ba. Right, but you go into this bit here at the end here. Da ba da da ba da da. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. It reminds me a lot of like, you know, when I was in you know, elementary school, middle school, high school, and I was like just fascinated with Greek mythology. I love this section here where like this is what I feel like Singapore was trying to do, where it feels like it should hit this big climax at the end. So cool. I think like the rest of the song isn't quite as good as Singapore, but it still does a great job of just like hitting that climax that I wanted Singapore to hit, you know? It's certified banger. It's still certified banger. It's good. Actually, like just listening to it just now, I think actually made me appreciate it even more than I have in the past. I think I'm going to put it kind of here, just like at the bottom. Yeah. I considered putting it above Riverside for a second, but no. I think it's good here. It's really good right here. It's a good track. It's a good track. It's not quite there, you know? It's not quite there. It's good though. It's really good. It's really good. Oh, I don't know why I started the music first. Let's go to the next. Oh, one other thing that I didn't really mention. This section at the end here. It's very unique. It's different, and I like it. Also, I have a clip on my Switch of me outrunning a blue shell on 200cc on this track, and like this section was just so intense because there's a blue shell. Like it started following me at like the beginning of lap 3, and it just chased me the whole way down, and it was crazy and it was fun. So I just also have fond memories of this track. It's good. It's a really, really good track. I like it a lot. Daisy Cruiser. Daisy Cruiser. Let's take a look at Daisy Cruiser. This, you know, again, I'm a GameCube guy, right? So take my nostalgic opinions here. I was always a fan of Daisy Cruiser back in the GameCube days. And I think that this remake does a really good job. I think it leaves enough the same, right? You've got everything here is exactly how it should be, right? But the colors, like aesthetically, the glow up for this track is just spectacular. The colors really pop. I love the greens and the oranges. They do a really, really good job, which is something that the original track didn't have as much of, right? The original version was like it was just like whites and orange a little bit here and there. I like being able to go through the pool there, but I think that being forced to go around it was kind of better in the original. It just makes it a little bit more interesting. But because they opened up this bit over here to be both paths, I think that it does make more sense to open up the pool, being able to go underwater there. So, you know, that's a change that I both love and hate. I don't hate it. I both like and dislike. But like this section in the original version, this section it's just gray. And that's kind of sad, but here it feels like an actual dining hall on a cruise ship. And I'm like, dang, it looks so pretty. Well, and it's like you've got like, that's Daisy's crown is the chandelier. Chandelure, that's a Pokemon. I'm obviously bad, apparently, driving through this. Am I going to go underwater? Here, let's skip ahead to the next lap. Because I think, I also like this underwater section, right? Originally, it's like a storage section. You fall so far and it's like it's just worthless coming down here. But here, it's actually quite fun. The one thing I'd say is like this feels like it should be a glider ramp, I think. But then again, the turn is so short after it. It makes sense that it's not. It just feels like that's what it's building to, and there's nothing there. But all in all, great track. Definitely my nostalgia for Double Dash feels this one a lot, but it is still a great track. I kind of want to put it, I don't think I'm going to put it phenomenal. It's not all the way up there, but it is in here. It's above Dragon Driftway for sure. Is it above TikTok Clock? Yeah, it's above TikTok Clock. It's also above DK Summit, but not quite Singapore. I think there fits it pretty well. All right. let's move on. Oh, I forgot about this one. You want to talk about, okay. It's like if DK Summit was where I started really feeling like the Wii bias, like that this game in particular was like BCP was so Wii biased. And this was the course that made me go like, oh, they're pandering to Wii fans. My least favorite group of people. How wonderful. I don't like this track. I didn't like it in Wii. The cars were too much in Wii. There are too many cars, and they move too quickly in Mario Kart Wii. It's absurd. So they toned down the cars for this version, and I've seen some people complain about that, but honestly, I think that was a good change, right? Especially because there's still enough sections where you have to kind of like weave between, and it's like this turn is actually like this turn right here. That's the one good part this track has. It's the best part of this track because you take that turn. I'm going to back it up here, right? You take this turn, and there's kind of this sort of risk reward thing where you don't know what's on the other side of this turn. Is there going to be a car? Is there not going to be a car? The cars are spaced out enough. Like in Wii, there's always a car. You have to take this turn wide because there's always a car in Wii, right? But in this game, no, you can take this turn a little bit tighter sometimes, right? Because the cars are spaced out enough that it's not like they're, again, an active hazard that you have to pay attention to, but not one that is super intrusive, right? But right, this turn, like it's a blind turn, and because you don't know if there's a car coming, right? You have to kind of gauge. It's like, okay, did the car just pass? You know, am I going to risk it and take the turn really tight, or am I going to go wide to either A, try to get some coins, and B, avoid the car, right? Right, so you take that turn, and okay, yeah, I was safe there to take that turn a little bit tighter. I didn't because I was going for the coins, but you get the idea, right? Once you're done with that turn, oh wow, it's a straight freaking line. Sure, there's some boost panels, but a couple of boost panels don't change the fact that it's a straight freaking line. I do not get the hype. I do not get the hype of this track. It's like DK Summit, all right. Y'all convinced me DK Summit is good. You'll never convince me it's great, but y'all convinced me DK Summit was good. Nah. It's mid. No, actually, it's not even that. It's better than Twisted Mansion. I'll give you that much. It's better than Twisted Mansion. At least the aesthetic is nice. I mean, it is another city in a game chock full of cities, but it's at night. It's kind of got the you know, you skip ahead a little bit. You know, that the colorful, you know, almost New Yorkish, right? City. Okay. Fair enough. Y'all will never convince me this track is good. People go crazy for Moonview. Y'all will never convince me that this track is good. I don't understand it. I don't understand the hype for Moonview Highway. It's music. This is a song that I didn't like for a long time, actually. And I still don't love it, but it has grown on me. It's fun. It's not peak. I wouldn't even put it in certified banger tier, but I do like it. I also like this. I like how the in the city it kind of changes. You got this little bit. It just feels a little too repetitive for me. There's just not enough variation in it. Like that melody is fun, but there's just not enough variation. So it's pretty fire. It has grown on me a lot since my initial impressions. My initial impressions were not positive, but it has grown on me a lot. But this is as high as it goes. Probably below London. Yeah, right there. I also just realized I skipped Daisy Cruiser. Let's take a listen to this song. So I said in the last stream that I'm a sucker for steel drums. And this song is all steel drums. But the melody itself was never anything like too spectacular. Back in GCN, all the times the song got remade. All this song needed was a violin. Oh my gosh, the steel drum violin combo. And it just... Oh, listen to that. Listen. And let it carry you away. It's so beautiful. It's wonderful. I'm gonna put it, right around Toad Harbor feels good. It's kind of got that similar sort of like peaceful vibe as Toad Harbor does. Which one do I like more? It's not quite as good as Toad Harbor. Toad Harbor is just amazing. But it's right up there with it. I honestly, all this track was missing to be amazing. It was good before. And again, I'm a sucker for steel drums, and I'm a sucker for beach music. So it's like, take that with a grain of salt. But this song was good before. All it was missing was that violin, and it just became... wonderful. Wonderful. So good. All right, let's move on. Let us move on to the bathroom. Squeaky clean sprint. So one thing actually worth mentioning is I have covered these tracks before on my channel. The first short I ever made was my Wave 5 ranking short, where I touched on this one. And my note for this track, because when you have a minute, I didn't have a lot of time to explain why each track was good, right? And I said that I didn't know I didn't know I needed a bathroom track until now, right? Like, who thought of this? Who was like at Nintendo's office, like planning out the tracks for Mario Kart Tour? Because we knew that this track was coming in Mario Kart Tour forever. Like Mob BR, who remembers Mob BR? We knew this track was coming in Mario Kart Tour thanks to like data mines and stuff for ages before it finally released. Well, and it came out in 8 before it came out in Tour, which was funny. And all of us were like collectively like, bathroom? How is that even gonna work? What is this? Right? Who was at Nintendo and was just like, you know what Mario Kart needs? A bathroom track. And did that man get a raise? Because gosh dang it, he deserved it. Holy cow. This track is so good, right? It's got a, you look at the map, and I think the layout itself is surprisingly simplistic for what it is, right? It's got, fairly simple turns and stuff. The one thing that does this track does so well is, missed the sponge, is one, that aesthetic, right? The small tracks, right? This one, Ribbon Road. Is there another one? Maybe, I guess, like Sweet Sweet Canyon and Sky High Sunday could technically be considered that, right? But the ones that shrink you down and you really drive around this familiar setting, but small, and that's cool. I like that. It's, that Honey, I Shrunk the Kids kind of vibe, It's really, really fun, right? I love, like, the different paths, right? Like, I mean, like, this, first lap, right? You have to take this normally, because the toilet's off, right? But the second lap, it's spouting water up here, right? So you can use that to your advantage to reach this higher path, which is faster and allows you to take a sharper turn, as well as this glide section, right? Well, and this section here, I don't show it, but like this section is so many. You can go up here. There's like a double item box up here. There's like a little boost panel down there. There's this mushroom right here. There's so many different options for gliding over this section here. Right, I love the drain bit. Right, it's and this section here, this drain bit, is pretty tough. It's very cramped, if anything. Right, it's like the turns themselves aren't super difficult, but because this road is so cramped, especially on 200cc, this is a tough section here, right? Trying to take those turns, right? And yeah, no, it's a good course. Well, and then the fan that blows you around, so it's harder to take that turn tighter. I'm just getting absolutely demolished by red shells and blue shells and all these things. But it's just a good freaking track all the way through. And I definitely will put it I don't want to put it right up at Yoshi's Island. I don't think I like it quite as much as Ninja Hideaway. I can see anybody who does. Like, anyone who puts it above Ninja Hideaway, like, I totally understand. That is so valid. I think personally for me, I like Ninja Hideaway just a little bit more, but it's still a phenomenal track. Really, really great. Let's take a listen to the music. This one gets a lot of praise. I'm not gonna lie. This one's just not my favorite. I don't really know how to describe it. I think it's just not my thing kind of song, you know? It's like, I don't hate it, and I don't have good reason for not liking it as much. It's just not my thing. I can't, it's like this section here. This is great. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You know what this gives me? This gives me very like musical theater kind of vibes. Like it feels very like, you know, I was a theater kid in high school, and this gives me kind of like those kind of like it almost like, even though I don't think there's anything in this show that quite sounds like this, but it gives me almost like Hello Dolly kind of vibes. I don't know if that makes any sense at all. Probably doesn't. Whatever. It's fine. It's not my favorite. It just doesn't hit me quite the same. I think that last section at the end does definitely elevate it into pretty fire tier, but I can't put it any higher than this for me. It's just not a me song, you know? I can understand people who like it. It's not a me song. It's not for me. Let's move on to this. Which cup is this? Oh, right. Feather Cup is over, and now we go into, was it Cherry, or was that later? I don't remember which cup is next. It's this one. We're going to LA Laps. That one I do know. We're going to LA Laps. It is Cherry. I was right on the cup. Ha ha ha. Let's talk LA Laps. You were doing so well. They were doing so well. It's like you had freaking. It's like Bangkok was forgettable, but not bad, right? But you know, then you had you know, all these really good tour tracks, kind of city in kind of right. But then you had Singapore, you had Athens, right? This one's just, it's just right? You got, you know, Useless Half Pipe. You've got like the beach section's not bad. This first lap is pretty good. It's fine. I don't think it does anything like super spectacular. But it's fine. It is what it is, right? And then the rest of the course is just the one thing. Okay, the one thing that is funny about this one is LA Laps. Obviously, you know, all the tours have very different variants, right? Right. So this is LA Laps 1, LA Laps 2, LA Laps 3. The thing that's really funny about these tracks is that they don't intersect at all. It's the only tour city where it's like not even the starting line is the same for any of them, which is just so bizarre, first of all. But they had to do this like weird thing where it plays more like a section track than anything else, which is just kind of really funny. Excuse me, I keep burping. But yeah, it's like the beach section at the beginning is fine, and the rest of the track is just not memorable at all. It's not memorable to boring or bland, you know? Like, the transitions between the different sections are all bad. Right? It's like this, now you're transitioning from LA Laps, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3, but it was one of them, right? Into the other one. And it's like, it's just this straight away. Right, and then it's like, who was like looking at, I know this joke has been made before, who was looking at LA as like the most iconic areas of LA to turn into a Mario Kart track, and it's like oil fields. I don't know. It's just not an interesting course. It's just not an interesting course. It's meh. Oh, this is music ranking. Hang on. It is It's definitely I mean, it's not Tokyo. So it's got that going for it, I guess. Is it above Mario Circuits? No. I'm gonna switch the two Mario Circuits though. Like now that I'm like looking at them, I'm like, no, I do like GBA Mario Circuit better than OG. Because even though GBA Mario Circuit is a little bit bland, like they're both pretty bland, but GBA doesn't overstay its welcome. So we'll put it there. That's another thing that LA Labs does, is it overstays its welcome. It's like, it's just not good. And the music doesn't do anything to help it. I don't like this song. Maybe it's just like a personal preference thing. I just don't like this song. I don't know. There's just something about it that just feels wrong. It just feels well. And it's okay. So you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least mention the original Los Angeles Laps music, right? Because the original has the like this. I'll give the tour remake one thing. It's better than this. This is awful. I hate this. It's like the those are funny, but oh gosh, this is so bad. Right, you got this bit here like a ba 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 da ba. That's funny. I'll give him that. Doesn't sound good. Giving it to the saxophone was definitely the right play. I still just don't like this song. It's just I don't know. It's something about it just feels so wrong. Let us move on. Let us move on. Oh. Okay. Is it time to talk about Sunset Wilds? You all know. We all know what is wrong with Sunset Wilds. We'll get to that in a minute. I actually want to talk about the layout first. People get after Sky Garden for having like an absolutely destroyed layout. Sure, fine. That's one thing. At least the new Sky Garden is still enjoyable. Like I still do enjoy playing on it. This layout got demolished from Super Circuit. Let's go back to our let's see. Sunset Wilds Super Circuit map comparison. Can I do that? Look at that. Look at that, dude. That got freaking, oh, it's hideous. It got freaking demolished so hard, right? It used to be like big rounder turns, right? There was like a lot more variation, which it's like, I complain about the wide turns in 8 Deluxe, but in Super Circuit, these wider turns were actually really cool because Super Circuit's handling was very different, right? And so it was a lot harder to take these turns well. And so I really like the big wider turns in Super Circuit, right? But here it's like, oh my, look at how flat and straight it is. It was a curvy course before, and look at this section at the end. What did they do to you, Sunset Wilds? It's like people hate on Super or on Sky Garden for getting absolutely destroyed. And don't get me wrong, Sky Garden did get absolutely massacred, right? The massacre is Super Circuit tracks. But oh my gosh, this is disgusting. This is horrible. Well, and then, right, and then they took out, like, the Shy Guys, right? These Shy Guys here are not a compelling hazard. They're just there. They slide back and forth a little bit, like, slowly, but they're not interesting, right? Especially consider, like, in the original, you know, Sunset Wilds, right? They were in their little teepees, right? Which, you know, you can argue about the ethics of that. You know, it was a different time period. You can argue, you know, maybe they shouldn't have done. But one thing that it did do that was really interesting is the Shy Guys were a really interesting hazard, because in Super Circuit, if you hit the Shy Guys, they would latch onto the back of your cart and, one, slow you down, and two, make you drop coins, which, if you've played Super Circuit, you know is a really bad thing, right? So it was a really interesting hazard. And now they're just dancing obstacles. It's like, well, and then the track is still just as flat as it was in Super Circuit. Like, the most vertical variation you get is this last section right here, where, okay, they gave us 2 jumps. And this little turn is slightly raised. But then it's just as flat as its Super Circuit rendition. It's like they were doing so good at making the Super Circuit tracks, if nothing, like, even Sky Garden got this right, of making them at least, like, vertically interesting. It's like they weren't just flat lines anymore. This one just fails so hard on that level, right? The one positive I can say about this course's design, right, is that at least, like, especially, you know, on 200cc and stuff, I can have fun here. It's like some of these turns, especially like that turn in particular, that's pretty sharp. This section, like when you're going really fast, sometimes it can be kind of tough to avoid some things like items and Shy Guys there all at once. But it's not enough to make it compelling. And then, of course, you've heard it before, you're going to hear it again. What is the point of Sunset Wilds if the sun isn't going to set? It's like, I'm sorry, the GBA pulled it off. Mario Kart Tour, the phone game, pulled it off. For those of you who haven't played Mario Kart Tour, yeah, the sun sets in Tour. Why on earth does it not set here? Inexcusable. Inexcusable. This is, without question, the worst remake of any track in any Mario Kart game. And that is including all of the Mario Kart Wii retros, which I think suck so hard. I hate retros in Mario Kart Wii. Sunset Wilds is worse than all of them. It demolished everything that made the original track special. Sunset Wilds on Super Circuit is actually a really fun track. It's one of the better ones. In 8, oh my gosh, they destroyed this track so hard. The one thing, is it worse than Tokyo Blur? The thing is, like I said, some of the turns can actually be kind of interesting on occasion. Of all of the courses in the game, this is the one that makes me the most angry, but it is not the one I like the least. Tokyo Blur has absolutely nothing going for it. It is an absolute nothing burger of a track. It's boring. There's not a single interesting turn. There's not a single interesting like visual element. At least the sunset looks nice. Like, no, the sun doesn't set, but at least it looks nice, right? Tokyo Blur doesn't have any of that. So I'd still say Tokyo Blur is the worst track in the game. But Sunset Wilds does compete for that. It is just embarrassingly bad. It is embarrassing how bad of a remake this track is. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Let's get out of here. Let's move on to Koopa Cape. Let's get on to Koopa Cape. Yet another course from Mario Kart Wii. We had 2 in Wave 5, which, let me tell you, I was not happy about. But at least Koopa Cape was justified because Koopa Cape is actually a good course, whereas Moonview Highway is not. Let's first talk about this course as a remake. People whine and complain for ages about this one and Coconut Mall in particular, like, oh, these two courses were ruined in Mario Kart 8. I don't agree with the Coconut Mall take. Like, I'd say it's still not quite as good as the Wii version, but Coconut Mall is still really good. I'm mixed on this one. There are certain aspects that I agree and certain aspects that I don't. One thing about this track that I find kind of weird is it feels smaller than it does on Wii. Maybe that's just because in Mario Kart Wii, everything felt bigger. It's like they stretched courses out really hard in Mario Kart Wii, which is weird. But it's like this, this underwater section feels so short. It feels so short in this game, right? And even the River Rapids section just feels really short. And while, that the underwater section is interesting because I both like and dislike it. A lot of people complain about the electric zapper things, and yes, those being gone is a problem. I don't think turning it into an underwater section was the mistake, though. I think as long as if they had kept the electric hazards, like turning this into an underwater section, I think feels like the most logical option. I actually like this is one of the half pipes that I think works quite well because you've got those optional items there that can be kind of interesting. It's an out of the way path that you can choose to take if you need an item, right? But so it's definitely it's weaker than the Wii version. It is a weaker remake than Coconut Mall. And visually, I don't hate what they've got going here, right? The kind of orangish mountain rocks, but the gray mountain of the original just looked better. It did, I hate having to give Mario Kart Wii its fair shake, but in this particular case, yeah, I do have to give Mario Kart Wii its fair shake. The Wii version was just better. I still don't think that this track was ruined completely. Like, some people will straight up say that this track was ruined. And I don't think that. I think it's still a very fun track to race on. A lot of the turns are really sharp and very fun. Especially in that River Rapids section, it's really good, right? I think that there's always something interesting going on. So I don't think the track was ruined, but it's still not as good as the original. And it is a shame because I want to put it up here, but I can't. I just can't. It's gonna go. There's a whole string of Wii tracks right here, and I actually think this one kind of slots right into the middle there. I like Wario's Gold Mine, and I think it's a good remake. I like Grumble Volcano, and I think it's a good remake. I think the original Koopa Cape is better, like just at a base level, Koopa Cape is better, but because it's not as good of a remake, I have to put it lower. So I think kind of slotting it in between there works pretty good. I think that works out. Let's listen to the music. Somebody is calling me, and I'm going to say, call me later. We didn't talk about the music for Sunset Wilds. Let's talk about the music for Sunset Wilds first. The track itself sucks horribly. Musically, I actually kind of like this one. I love what the cellos are doing there in the background. Right? I love Banjo Guy. Banjo Guy's going crazy here. No, I actually like this song a lot. I think this song goes pretty hard. I can't remember. Let me hear the end of this here. Let me hear this loop. Dang, there's actually more to this track than I, for some reason, remember there being, even though I do like this one and listen to it a lot. This bit here feels like the sun should set, don't you think? Shame. I'd say it's pretty fire. It's not above Animal Crossing. It's not above Boo Lake. I'd say that this song, if nothing else, is very consistent. It's very consistent. I'm actually gonna put it. No, it is above Boo Lake. It's above Boo Lake. It is a very consistent track where it is just, it's good all the way through. I don't think it ever it never like hits that really like whoa moment, but it's good. It's a good course. It's a good course. Wee Koopa Cape. I always liked this song. I think this one does a really great job kind of updating. It's got a similar, but like all of the Wii tracks kind of have this problem where they don't really change the music all that much. And this is kind of the same, but I think this one updates it just enough to like make it kind of fun. I also love the guitar twangs in there. Like all of that. That's pretty great. Right. Oh, there's that steel drum that I love so much. Hit Me With the River, where it just gets weird and silly and goofy. This one is another dynamic track. Really great. This one's fun. And then we hop underwater for kind of a more chill version. And I like it. I think it's pretty fire. It'll go in the pretty fire tier for sure. Where am I putting this one? Right. Interestingly, let's actually put it right below Coconut Mall. That feels like a good place for it, actually. I'm not trying to like group all of the like tracks of a similar game together like this, but that's sort of just how things are working out. That's kind of funny. All right, let's move on. Let us move on from Koopa Cape to the other wave that had 3 tour tracks in it. Vancouver Velocity. Oh boy, do I have some things to say about Vancouver Velocity. So, tell me if you've heard this story before from some other person who didn't play Mario Kart Tour when it was like, you know, actively getting updated and everything, or who didn't play it at all, right? Because there were a lot of people. Most people didn't, and that's fine. I totally understand. It wasn't for everybody, right? Those of us who had played Tour, when all of the waves were coming out, we were hyping the heck out of Vancouver Velocity. Like we were like insistent, like guys, just wait until we get to Vancouver Velocity. It's one of the best tour tracks. It's the best tour track, right? The best tour track. Wait until we get to Vancouver Velocity, especially when the early waves were happening and we were getting all the really mid cities, right? And we're like, guys, just wait until Vancouver Velocity. It's gonna be great. And then this one came out. It finally dropped, and everyone who had never played Tour before was like, "What are you guys talking about? This track is mid." And it hurt. It's like it hurt our credibility. It hurt everything. And I figured out what happened. I can tell you exactly what happened. Because especially in the early days, right? This was, remember, Vancouver Velocity was like the 4th or 5th city that we got in the game. I want to say it was like 5th or 6th maybe. Actually, I wonder if I could, let's see. Let's look up here. Tour City, or let's see, let's go Mario Kart Tour City order. No. What was the list of tours? Okay, list of tours. Here we go. So yes, we had New York, we had Tokyo, then we had Paris, then London, and then Vancouver. So yeah, it was the 5th. It was the 5th city, right? And it was this one, and then we had to wait until the next city was like way away. Where even is it? Here. So we had to wait for the next city for forever. It felt like, and so it's like this was it. This was our GOAT for a long time. And it was like, it was the best one. And the thing is, when we first got Vancouver Velocity, remember, these were in sections. They were in different variants. That wasn't all one course before. All we had for a long time, especially when we were like glazing up Vancouver Velocity, all we had was VV1. It was this section, right? And this lap, I'd still say, yeah, no, this lap freaking slaps. This is good. Especially because like this broke bridge here, this was like designed for anti-gravity. This is freaking great. It is a little weird. I think like visually this bit's a little strange. Like there's no suspension for this bridge at all. And look at how tall these trees are. It's a little weird, but the course design is still really fun and interesting, right? And it still is one of the best tours. One of the best tour cities is Vancouver Velocity 1. Vancouver Velocity 2 and 3 are not as good and never were. And that, I think, was like the nail in the coffin for most people, is like in its individual sections, Vancouver Velocity is one of the best cities. Putting it together like this front loads the best part of the track, and you only do it the one time, and then the rest of it is just spent doing what? The most frustrating part is that Vancouver Velocity 2 and 3 don't feel different enough. It's like it follows the same general shape, right? Here's 2, right? And then here's 3. It's the same general shape. They're not distinct enough. They're boring. And it's such a shame because we really were like, this was the one that we were hyping. We were saying like Vancouver Velocity, wait till Vancouver Velocity and it's going to be great. And it just fell so flat because it just wasn't there. And it's still okay. And that first lap does a lot of heavy lifting. I'd still say it's better than like Amsterdam. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I don't even know if I'd say it's better than Paris. It's better than Royal Raceway. No, it's not. It's not. It's there. It keeps going down. It keeps going down. It's such a shame because the track really was good in Mario Kart Tour as its individual variants. Vancouver Velocity 1 still to me is one of the best cities. But when you put them all together in the way that 8 did, it didn't work. The whole thing fell apart, and it's so sad. It's so sad. Let's take a listen to the music though. Ooh. Oh yeah. I don't know what that instrument. I love that. Oh yeah. Ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da ba dum ba dun da dun da 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 ba 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 ba. Ooh, this one's a tough one. I think I'm gonna put it right here. Do I put it here or a little higher? It's either above Toad Harbor or below Wild Woods. It's one of those. No, it's not quite Wild Woods. It's not quite above Wild Woods. It's good. This is a good song. You know, it's got a lot of motion. The strings are just great. They nail it. This section here just ooh, ooh. This is a good section. But I think that I like that placement. I think it feels good. Alrighty, let's move on then. Let's skip the last lap here because there's nothing special that happens in that final lap here. It's just so boring. It's just so sad. It's so sad how much Vancouver got massacred. Right, we gotta move on. Gotta move on to Rome. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This track. What an interesting course this one is. So I mentioned earlier that, like, for me, the more complex the map, the more like unreadable the map, the more fun the course is. What is this? What am I looking at? I think as a general rule, for me, the more complex maps are the more fun ones, right? I like taking those weird turns. I like all the cross-ups and stuff like that. I almost feel like this one takes it too far. Does that make sense? It's like this track is so weird and so spaghetti-ified that I also am bad. That it's like it's almost confusing, which I both love and hate. In my original, like in the short that I made, ranking this the wave 6, I put this one dead in the middle, and I said it's like the most complex tour track. And when I say complex, I mean look at some of these turns. And like the way that like you overlap with like, I mean, this isn't even that far. These people aren't even that far behind me, right? But the overlap here is just absurd. Like, look at that map. We're so scrunched up there. It's weird, right? And like you loop back on yourself so often, and you end up bumping it. And I think that's both cool, but also not cool at the same time. Like it's almost too much, right? And it's just like it's so weird. What my opinions on it have not changed since it first came out. I both love and hate this track. I think it's both very fun and way too confusing to be fun. It's like, it goes to show that with all of the other cities, it's like the first time you play them, they're confusing as heck. But the more you play them, like over time, you kind of get a feel for how they play, and you're like, oh, okay, I can figure this out. You know, it's like I've gotten the hang of Berlin and London. Like I know which turns are coming up next. I still get confused on this one. Even like a year later, I still get confused with this course. And it's just so weird. I just never know what to feel about it. So honestly, I really just want to put it dead center again. Because I like it, but I also don't like it. It's in here. It's in here. It's in this tier. Better than London. I think that this is a more compelling track than London. I like London more than most people, but I still think that this one is a bit more compelling. Is it better than Baby Park? No. No. It's not. It's not better than Baby Park. Rome can go right next to London. Yeah, I feel good that. I feel good that. Good, I feel good that? Is that what I just said? I said it multiple times, too. What the heck just happened? That was weird. I haven't slipped up on my... Oh, did I never... No, I did rank the music here. We covered the music. I think I just clicked on the wrong one. Rome Avanti! I don't know. I don't know. It's okay. Don't dislike it. Yeah, I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say. No strong feelings one way or the other. It's just, it is. It is what it is. All right, what's next? What is next, actually? Oh, I remember what's next. Oh, no, I don't remember what's next. It's this one next. I thought Daisy Circuit was next. It's this one. Oh, my love. My childhood. Oh, the nostalgia. The nostalgia. Truly, this is a very nostalgia-blessed track. Because my childhood wants me to put it very top. This was my favorite course in Double Dash. Still is. I love this course so much. It's one of my favorites. I don't know if I'd say it's my absolute favorite, but it's one of my favorite courses in Double Dash. Is this remake still up there? I'd say it's still a great track. I still love this one. I think the thing about this one is they made it... It's too wide, if that makes sense. I got hit by that boulder there, and that was entirely a skill issue. That was me being bad at video games. The course itself, like, these turns in Double Dash, like, this road was so narrow, and, like, these turns were so tight they widened the track, which makes it more playable, but not... Oh my gosh, I'm just getting absolutely bodied by whatever is happening here. Did I... I get pushed off too? Wow, look at that. But it's like... I feel like they overcompensated a little bit. You know, this is a track that also really benefited from Double Dash's more slippery control scheme, right? I do think this track is really fun on 200cc. This bit right here, coming down the mountain, isn't quite as good, but once you start getting into these really windy turns on 200cc, it's so much fun. I also really like the gap cut. I think the gap cut is fun. Not, again, it's like shortcuts like that are fun, but not really enough to like change where a track is going to be ranked. I'm not some guy. Why am I not going for the gap cut here? Why did I not go for it? It's not like it's a difficult shortcut to pull up, whatever. It's like, shortcuts like that, though, I'm not a big, like, some people, like, say that, like, a single shortcut is enough to elevate a track from, like, B to A tier, and I'm like, no, they're not that. That's a little bit too far. I don't hate it. You know, it's good. I still think it's a great track. I still think it's phenomenal. It's still one of my favorites from Double Dash, and I still think they did a good job translating it here, but I don't think they did as good of a job as they could have. I don't know if I would call it an improvement. I think I'd call it a side grade, you know, from Double Dash, which is sad to say because I do still really like it. It's like, here we go. Here's the gap cut. Look at that. That's not even hard. I don't know why I wasn't taking it before. I usually take it like every time. It's like the first time it made sense because I got hit with something right before, so I wasn't going fast enough, but that was weird. Anyway. Anyways, let's jump into the ranking. Where am I putting this one? I'm putting it in phenomenal, that's for sure. It's going up here. Let me see where it belongs up here. It's not as good as Shy Guy Falls, not as good as Wild Woods. It's not even as good as Coconut Mall or Super Bell Subway. Not as good as Toad Harbor. Yeah. I think right there is fair. You know, it definitely, like, again, this is another one that, like, I'm willing to admit that my nostalgia pushes this one higher than it probably deserves, but I still think it's good. I still really like this track. I think that, like, I'm a big fan of, like, the idea of, like, you know, you go to the top of the mountain and work your way back down, right? And this is the first track that ever did that, right? And I also think it's one of the best that does that. It's not as good as Mount Wario. It's better than DK Summit, though. So, you know, I think it's good. I think it's good. Let's listen to the music. Ooh, there's that drum in the background. Flute guy, where are you at? Flute guy. Ooh. Ooh. This one's definitely more chill, but I kind of like it. It's like, listen to Pan Flute Guy. Pan Flute Guy's just having a great time. Oh, very nice, very nice. I like this one a lot. It's not like, I mean, the original wasn't anything to write home about, and this one's still not anything to write home about. It's like definitely in here. Yeah, right above Sunset Wilds feels pretty appropriate, I think. I don't know. This was just a vibe. It's just a vibe, you know? It's like, oh yeah. I can get behind that. This is cool. This is fun. I like. Oh yeah. So that's where that one's going. Then we get to the one that I was whining about earlier. Daisy Circuit. Daisy Circuit. We fans will try to convince you that this is one of the best circuit tracks out there. And I guess, on a technicality, they are right. We fans will also try to convince you that Wii has the best selection of Nitro tracks in existence. And on a technicality, they are not right. I'm not. I have opinions. I really need to make a video on Mario Kart Wii and like what I think about it as a whole, instead of just saying I don't like Mario Kart Wii. This track is boring. This track is boring. It's so boring. We got wide turns, long straight. Literally, it's got everything I hate in Mario Kart tracks. Like, look at this. It's just a straightaway. I'm using a terrible kart combo here. I was trying to like match kart combos to characters and courses. So I'm using kart combos that I would never actually use for this footage. He's like, I'm like, this ATV, this is an awful setup. Anyways, that is completely beside the point here. It's just, this track is just not... I don't know what I thought was gonna happen there. But yeah, no, it's just boring. It's just boring. There's nothing going on. Come on, this is what you're gonna say is like the top tier tracks? This is best in the franchise? No, it's not. It's just boring. It's just boring. I mean, I guess it's not like, it's not bad. It's not down here. It's not as bad as Calamari Desert. It's not as bad as Dry Desert. I'm going to put it here. Here's the thing is, you know, I've said it before that like, the Booster Course Pass especially, but like Mario Kart 8 in general, but especially the Booster Course Pass, spoiled Wii fans rotten. Wii fans were already spoiled rotten. Booster Course Pass just made it worse, right? And when this track launched, oh my gosh, I was furious because we were supposed to get 4 Double Dash tracks initially. Like all of the leaks, like the original leaks, pointed at 4 Double Dash tracks, and they axed one of the Double Dash tracks to give us Daisy Circuit. Not only did they didn't even do that. No, they axed one of the Double Dash tracks to give us Moonview Highway. They axed they axed that right, but they axed Piranha Plant Pipeline, one of the only tour original course to not make it into the BCP for Daisy freaking Circuit, and I was furious. It's like this was the moment where I'm like, the Wii stands need to shut the frick up. Because I don't care how much you like your game. This is absurd. This is ridiculous. We got 8 Wii tracks in the Booster Course Pass. I was so mad when this track came out. We are now a year removed from this, right? Wave 6 launched a year ago. I don't remember the exact date, but I don't care to look it up right now, right? It's been a year though. We're now a year removed. And I'm still freaking pissed. In case my tone doesn't let it go. Seriously? Daisy Circuit. That's the best you could do. So that's why it's as low as it is. Honestly, if we were judging like just the track purely on design, it'd probably just go in mid. But because of what it is and what it stands for, it's down here. It's kind of the same thing with like Sunset Wilds, where it's like, if we were going based purely on the design of the course itself, I'd probably put it here in eh. But because it's just because of what it is and what it stands for and everything they took away from us to give us this track, it goes where it is. Daisy Circuit is like the exact same, where it belongs here. It belongs here. I feel justified in putting it there. Separating my aggressive hatred for a moment to take a listen to actually a really good song. I'll hate on the course all day long. I'm still to this day upset that Daisy Circuit made it into the BCP over like Wario Coliseum or Dino Jungle or friggin' or Piranha Plant Pipeline or Airship Fortress I could name countless more. This song is really good. Listen to this section right here. Just Ba 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 da da ba 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 da ba ba da da ba 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 da ba ba da da ba ba da ba ba da da ba ba. No, the song is really good. The song is really good, and I can't even my aggressive hate towards Daisy Circuit and Mario Kart Wii in general. It's like, if there is one thing that I will never criticize Mario Kart Wii for, it is its soundtrack, because gosh dang it, that is a really good song. Yeah, right there. I'll put it right there, right behind 3DS Rainbow Road. It's just a really good song. It really is a good song. So I can't argue with you there. I can't. Let us skip ahead to Piranha Plant Cove, the final tour original track that actually made it into the game. Dude, Piranha Plant Pipeline got shafted so hard. I actually really liked Piranha Plant Pipeline. Again, I played Tour, and I liked the heck out of Piranha Plant Pipeline. I was so happy. I was so excited to see it get into the BCP, and then they showed us Daisy Circuit instead. Still salty. But I am glad that we did get Piranha Plant Cove, because I actually really liked this one in Tour, and I still like it. It's not, it's not peak, it's not the best. It could have been better, for sure. But I like this one. I think one thing I think is just this vibe. It's like a beach, but not a beach. It's like a ruins, but also it's got some other stuff going on too. There's like that coral reef sort of bits down here. I don't know. I think like aesthetically, this one's it's very much a vibe, I love the references, like all of there's so many like obscure Mario enemies in this track, right? You got the eel, you got the little jelly guys from Mario 3. It's obviously Piranha Plant Ruins, which is kind of cool. It's like, it feels like it's got like those Atlantis vibes, where I'm like, dang, this is a lost city. This is some sort of ancient civilization that worshipped Petey freaking Piranha for some reason. I mean, no hate. If you told me you were starting a religion on Petey Piranha, I'm there, but it's just cool. It's just cool. Again, it doesn't do anything super spectacular. I do think like this one was really great because it kind of got that Tour City treatment where it's like the different variants, and I think that they blend together really well. There's a lot of good crossover. It's just a good course. It's a good course. I like this one. I also, this one also kind of does that thing that I've said I like many times before, right? Where it's that verticality, right? You go up the ruins, then you go down the ruins, then you go back up, and then you go back down, and that's just cool, right? This last lap doesn't do that as much. It keeps you underwater pretty much the entire time. One thing actually too, very few tracks make you feel like as deep underwater as you are. Right? Especially the BCP. Like, the BCP did nothing with its underwater sections, but like, look at how deep down we are. The only other course I can think of that like takes us this far below the surface of the water is like Dolphin Shoals. Right? And you're in a cave for most of that. It's like the night sky underwater, I think actually services this one really well. I think this track would be better at like sunset. That would look just so pretty, but I actually do really like it at night. I think it does a lot to just really sell this almost mysterious kind of lost city sort of vibe. I like this one. I don't know how many more times I can say I like this one before it just starts meaning absolutely nothing. I'm gonna put it definitely. Yeah. I'll put it right there. That might be higher than most people would put it, probably. I think too, like I don't know. I think I don't know how to describe why I like it. I guess I just described quite a bit why I like it, but I like it. It's good. It goes there. Let's take a listen to the music. This one, let's hear the original real quick. Oh wait, no, this is the remake. I want to hear the original. There it is. There it is. Oh, that's it. There it is, baby. This song actually is really cool. I like this song a lot in its original form. It's got a sort of like a movement to it. It feels like you're kind of going up and down, you know, and it's hard to describe. I need to learn more about music theory so that I can like talk about why this is good, but it's like it feels like there's a certain level of movement in this track that I really like. That's just missing in the remake. You know? It's just not as good. It's just not as good. It's such a disappointment. It's so sad because it's like I like the original song, but this one's just okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's just okay. It's just not as good. It's just not as good, which is so sad because I like the original, but it's just so sad. I had to pull up the original just so you could hear it because like a lot of people haven't heard a lot of these original songs because, you know, no one played tour. But it was so sad. When I heard the remix, I was like, that's it? That's the best you can do for me? It was sad. I am a sad, sad boy. All right. Goodness, why am I taking so long to pick my freaking cart? Hit us with the final cup, the Spiny Cup. The last city. The last city. Their final opportunity, right, to really sell us on the city courses, right? To really be like, hey, we can do this. How does it stack up? It's fine. It's not the worst city out there. I'd say, honestly, as far as city tracks go, this one falls, like, right in the middle. For me, this one falls right around, like, London. Where it's like, I like some of the things it tries to do. I think, more than anything, this one has some fun set pieces, right? You got this sort of, like, I don't know if this is, like, it's like a botanical garden or a zoo, or I don't know what this place is or trying to be. I've never been to Madrid. Right, but you've got the museum here, right? The art museum. I like some of the artwork, right? You know, you're going so fast you don't get to see a lot of it, but I mean, I like the artwork. What is happening? All right. The museum's cool. The football stadium at the end is pretty cool. Football, soccer, whatever. I'm American. I don't know why I said football, but they'd call it football in Madrid. But I feel like outside, like, it's got some cool set pieces, but even the set pieces themselves aren't actually interesting from a gameplay perspective. You know, it's like this plaza is just a wide U-turn. The museum is just a normal turn. The stadium is just a straightaway. This little bit right here, right here, this little bit. I don't know what this is. It's like some sort of market. It looks nice. I think the swamps are pretty cool, but it's just a straightaway. Like, from a gameplay perspective, this track is just not all that interesting to me. And that is especially prevalent. We're going to get out of the... once from, like, basically this point onward, there's just not much going on. It's just kind of boring. It's like, okay, here we got this little, this park, lake. Okay, we'll fly over the lake, pond. There's this little park section, I guess. It's not the only tourist city to do a park. And it's not the best city it's not the best park. That probably goes to Sydney, right? And then here it's just roads. It's just generic roads from this point forward. Yeah, it's I don't know. I think they had an opportunity here to like put their best foot, like to really close us on a grand note. I think Rome would have done a better job with that one. Personally, it's like yeah, Rome is like a mixed bag, is quality for me, like where but at least it's interesting. Whereas Madrid, it's got those set pieces, but as far as the actual track itself goes, I don't know. I just feel so bored driving on it a lot of the time, And so it's like, yeah, it's like aesthetically, I think it's actually one of the stronger cities because its set pieces actually stand out and feel interesting, but the gameplay itself doesn't do enough. So it's like I like the gameplay of of London and Rome better than I like Madrid, but like much better. And yeah, if we were talking just pure gameplay, I'd put this one way lower. But I think where it is right here, it's good where it is. Well, actually, now that I'm looking at it, I might actually put it down here with like New York. Keeps moving. Yeah, that one might shuffle again later. Who knows? Who knows? Let's listen to the music. This is another dynamic track. It's not bad. It's kind of got that sort of mariachi vibe. Did I say that right? It feels very Spanish, right? Very Latin music. Latin music's not, you know, my favorite thing, but it's pretty good. I don't hate it. And then this one has its variants as well. I do appreciate the amount of effort they put in to making these variants for these sections that are so short. It's like the Chinatown variant in Singapore was one thing because you're in Chinatown for a lot longer and you do it twice. Whereas the museum is like a single turn and the football stadium is like a straight line. You're in it for maybe 3 seconds, right? But I do appreciate the willingness to make variants to really make those sections stand out. Again, aesthetically, I think it's one of the stronger tour cities because it does make an effort to stand out. But it's, you know, it is fine. I don't love it just because like I don't think the composition itself does anything super special, and it's just not a style that I'm as big of a fan of. But it's okay. It's okay. I'd say it's better than Rome. It definitely goes in this tier here. Is it better than Amsterdam? I think I like Amsterdam more. Is it better than Excite? It is better than Excite Bike, though. It is better than Excite Bike. Yeah, that feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. So, yeah, no, I think that's a good spot for Madrid. Let us move on. Let us move on to probably like the most like left field pick from the BCP. Like this was one that nobody saw. I guess Albert Boris saw it coming, didn't he? But no one saw this one coming. This was like so out of left field. And I mean, the reason nobody saw this one coming was because it's kind of only an okay track. It's like, here's the thing. I actually think, and if we're talking like just pure consistency, Mario Kart 7 is one of the best track lists in the series. It is consistently good the entire way through. There are very few tracks that are bad. And even this one is not bad. It's just one of 7's weaker offerings. You know? The thing about Mario Kart 7 is that it has very few standouts, right? It's got Rainbow Road and the Woohoos. And as far as like real standout tracks, that's kind of it. You know, you put that up against 8 Deluxe and it's like all of base 8s are standouts. So, you know, so it's like Rosalina's Ice World it is what it is. It's not, I don't think this track is anything special, you know? It's not bad. I think like the visibility on like this turn especially is really bad. It's like you can't see where you're freaking going. And if you like go up on that hill like at all, then you just can't see where you're going. I like the half pipes there. I think those are a good use of half pipes. Right. I like, you know, the split path underwater, you know, it's faster to stay on top, kind of that Sonic sort of path design, right? Sort of thing. I don't know what's happening there. This bit, I like there's like supposed to be that sort of like risk reward, but it's so easy to take that path each time. I do like this shortcut here because this is not in the original, in the 7 version. And I love how you can take that without a mushroom in 200cc, and it's kind of hard to do consistently. I mean, not like super hard. It's not the hardest shortcut out there, but it is, you know, you can mess it up. I mess it up from time to time, you know. But I don't know. The track doesn't do really anything super special. The one thing I will say that I really like about this course is the skybox. Let's skip ahead to, I mean, like, that skybox is friggin', look at that. Right, you come out of the ice cave. Ice levels don't really do much for me visually, but look at that skybox, dude. Oh, that is gorgeous. Gorgeous. In all honesty, it might be the skybox from Rainbow Road 3DS, but you know, I don't care. It's a pretty skybox. It's not going to change my ranking of the track in any way, but I do think that the skybox looks really nice, and I think it kind of helps accent the lighter the colors a little bit more, which is something that an ice track really needs. The track itself, this is the music ranking. Hang on, the track itself is mid. It's just mid. It's better than Sky Garden. Better than Toad's... Sure. Is it better than Toad's Turnpike? Is it better than Toad's Turnpike? No. It's better than Sky Garden, but not better than Toad's Turnpike. I think that... Yeah. That's what we're going to go with. That's what we're going to go with. Let's listen to the music. Oops. There we go. It's good. I don't think this track really does anything to stand out. I really don't. Like, even like you get to the second section, like the B section here. I like those bells. Those bells were kind of nice. I don't know. I have no strong feelings to it one way or the other. It doesn't do anything to really stand out, I think. I'd say it's better than Paris. It's better than Royal Raceway, but it's not better than Rome. Yeah, that feels right. That feels right. Let us move on to Bowser Castle 3 from the SNES. Is it safe to say that this is like the most improved track in the entirety of the Booster Course Pass? Here's the real question. Is this the most improved track in any retro course? Like from original to its remake, is this the most improved from any retro course? I could definitely see the argument. I think an argument could be potentially made for Cheeseland and Ribbon Road. From Super Circuit. But the thing about both of those tracks is I like the originals of both of those tracks. Bowser Castle 3 from SNES is one of the best SNES tracks, but I don't think any of them are like super phenomenal. And that's just by virtue of just I'm not as big of a fan of SNES track design. I think it what it's going for just isn't as compelling. But gosh, dang it, this remake. Holy cow. This remake, it took an SNES track, which are infamously boring, and made it just, I mean, look at this set piece, right? You go up this freaking lava waterfall, right? In a change that feels like it was designed for anti-gravity, right? I remember when this track came out in tour, and all of us were like, this feels like it was made for anti-grav. Oh, amazing. Amazing, right? You take this big old turn, you head back down, right? You dodge some of the thwomps here, and I think the thwomps are placed in such a way that they're like not super in the way. I think that they could have been placed a little bit more in a little bit more of an interesting spot. I think these two, especially, like if you place them just a little bit farther in, then it really changes how you play this turn right here. But this section, right, was originally just a split path. Now it's a split path, but you can go up over to the top of these rails, right? And that's just so cool, right? And then you take this final turn, and you got the bone piranhas here, and like now you have to dodge the thwomps that are up, which is such a neat twist on the the normal expectation, right? And oh my gosh, what a phenomenal remake of a course. Easily one of the most improved courses. I just have to put it there. Honestly, I think it deserves. I don't think it's as good as base 8's Bowser's Castle, just because I think it's just a better track. I don't think it's as good as the Rainbow Road remake. That's another one that is also another contender actually for most improved track. Because OG Rainbow Road sucks. OG N64 Rainbow Road. Ugh. I think I'm okay with BC3 sitting at the bottom of Absolute Peak. I'm okay with that. It deserves to be up here. It absolutely deserves to be up here. I would not put it down phenomenal. It deserves to be an Absolute Peak. Just because, like, the track itself is fun, but it's also because it's such an amazing remake. It deserves to be here. I feel good putting it here. Yeah. All right, let's listen to that music. Biggest glow up in Mario Kart history. Top comment. Yep, they know what's up. They know what's up. Guys, I think it might be peak. The remix of the Bowser fight from Super Mario World, right? Which is something that the original that the SNES version did. That's actually something the SNES version did that was really cool. Was it remixed the Bowser fight from Super Mario World, right? But gosh dang, this like rock version, it feels intense and it's cool and it fits the track just so perfectly. I don't think it's like absolute peak. And the only reason why I'm going to put it in certified banger and not over and over again is purely because I'm just not as big of a fan of rock. It is purely a personal preference thing, and if somebody who is a bigger fan of this genre than I am wants to put it up here, go for it. All the power to you. There is no judgment here. Like, absolutely, I totally understand that. It's just not my genre. It's just not my genre. So I gotta put it like up here instead of up here. I do think I like Ninja Hideaway just a little bit more. I think I like these ones just a bit more. But it is super good. It is super good. What a phenomenal song. And if it was more my style, then I would put it higher, but it's not quite there. Let us take a look at the final course. I mentioned before that the contention between 3DS and Wii Rainbow Road. And I personally think that 3DS is better. Part of that is because I don't like Mario Kart Wii. But it is really close. It is really close. I like the interplanetary exploration of 3DS. But if we're talking, I think everything on 3DS serves to make a more complete package. It has the vibes, it has the gameplay, and it's got that full complete set. If we're talking purely gameplay, right? Separate it from its aesthetic. We're talking pure gameplay. Wii Rainbow Road sweeps. This is one of the most compelling tracks in Mario Kart history. It's genuinely challenging. It's I missed this shortcut here, but it's got everything I like. You've got those turns that are really hard. right? It's got these little loops, right? It's got this section here. I don't even know what to call it. It's just cool, right? One of the most interesting uses of half pipes. And while I do wish that this was a bit more consistent, because it's kind of goofy, some of the stuff you can do on that one, on that half pipe, it's still one of the most fascinating uses of it, right? This final turn is actually really fun. It's phenomenal. Visually, it's also really freaking good. It's really freaking good. Like, I mean, it's bright, it's colorful. You've got the star bits everywhere. You've got that kind of that Galaxy, inspiration, especially because this is a Wii track, right? So Galaxy was the newest 3D Mario game at the time. It might have been Galaxy 2. I don't remember when. I think Galaxy 2 hadn't released yet, probably, right? But oh gosh, this course is just so good. It really is just absolutely phenomenal, and it goes right under 3DS Rainbow Road for me because 3DS Rainbow Road has the complete package. It has amazing gameplay, phenomenal vibes, like almost a story to tell, right? And Wii Rainbow Road has great vibes, godlike gameplay, but I think the Rainbow 3DS feels a little bit more complete, right? It's got the whole thing, right? I would not judge anyone for putting Wii Rainbow Road above 3DS. Maybe a little bit, because 3DS is my favorite, and I'm obviously right. But I'm going to put it just below. Still, definitely belongs up here. It absolutely goes up here. Let's listen to that soundtrack. Can I just vibe for a minute, guys? Can I just vibe for a minute? Oh, I hear you guys like Mario Galaxy. What about some Gusty Gardens? Ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da 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 bum bum ba 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 da 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 da. The transition, the bridge. Take us away. Ra ba da ba ba da ba 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 da bum bum ba da bum ba 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 da ba da da dum bum bum ba bum 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 ba da da bum. This song is everything that I wanted the 3DS Rainbow Road remix to be. It's like, whereas with 3DS Rainbow Road, they took it in a more like techno-y kind of synthesized direction, which again, I like I said earlier, I can see what they were going for with it. This song is what I wanted 3DS to be. It's grand, it's orchestral, it's big, it's beautiful, it is wonderful, it is amazing. The question is, how high does it go? It's definitely top tier. It is in this tier. It's even in the top 4. This is the lowest I'm going to put it. Does it clear Mount Wario? I don't think it does. It's close. It's so close. I could easily put it above Mount Wario, and I might even I could even potentially be convinced to put it above Big Blue, but I don't think I will. Mount Wario is an adventure from beginning to end, right? You've got the different songs for each track, right? The different sections for each section of the track, right? That just culminates in one of the biggest, grandest finales in any Mario Kart track ever, right? Big Blue is just big, bombastic, and blue, I guess, right? It's so great. And it's N64 Rainbow Road remix. You're not clearing that. The only thing that could potentially clear an N64 Rainbow Road remix is if they somehow managed to make a remix of the Double Dash. Rainbow Road theme even bigger and even grander than it already is, because it's like I think this remix clears Double Dash, but an orchestral remix of Double Dash could clear this one, because that is my favorite Rainbow Road track, by the way. Like, as far as music is concerned, gameplay, Double Dash is like fourth, but if we're talking music, Double Dash is my favorite of the Rainbow Road songs. And oh gosh, Double Dash. I really, really, really hope that Double Dash gets remade in Mario Kart 9. That Double Dash Rainbow Road gets remade. This is a tangent. Just so that I can hear the music get remixed. But that was a tangent. That's beside the point. I think right here is the best place for this song. And that's it. That is every track. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look again. And reevaluate, like, see if anything needs to be moved here. Let's start at the bottom. Tokyo Blur, still the most boring track in the game. I despise playing on it, and I actively avoid the Lucky Cat Cup to avoid playing this course, which is so sad because it has Ninja Hideaway. But if I'm gonna play Ninja Hideaway, I'll play it in Versus. Sunset Wilds, just ruined. Worst remake of a course in any Mario Kart game. The most butchered track in Mario Kart history. SNES Mario Circuit 3, boring, doesn't need to be in this game. Why did they bring it back again? Toad Circuit, it's a starter course. Brought back as DLC, it feels lame. Moo Moo Meadows, the worst base Mario Kart course, because I just think it's boring. And I don't like it. I think it's boring and I don't like its aesthetic. Let's see. Anything in the tier that needs to be moved? I think everything looks pretty good here in the tier. Calamari Desert at the bottom. Moonview Highway topping it off, just above Twisted Mansion. Honestly, I'm kind of convincing myself more and more that this one of GBA Mario Circuit, not because I think it's a good course, but for what it's worth, the course does not overstay its welcome. This is one instance where where Super Circuit's shorter tracks work in its favor, because it's like it's like, hey, here's a quick Mario Circuit, it's Shell Cup, right? No, it's not Shell Cup. This one's in like freaking the next one, isn't it? Ugh, that is a little questionable, but still, it's like, it's here. It's like, hey, here's our obligatory Mario Circuit remake. Here's our, I guess at the time it was felt like the obligatory Super Circuit remake. Although Booster Course Pass fixed that one, so it felt good. Yeah, I think that tier works. It's mid. Deal with it. It's Sky Garden there at the bottom. Yeah, no, that's still fine. I don't see anything. I'll bump Bangkok Rush up again. Like, I don't know. I don't hate the track. I don't hate it. It just feels kind of forgettable, Yeah, okay. Yeah, that feels better, I think. Just like bump it up a little bit. I guess I don't mind. Why is this one so high? I guess like the vibes are kind of good, but honestly, like looking at it, I don't know why this one is as high as it is. This one probably should go like down here, if not down here. How did this one get that high? That's weird. I don't know how that happened. This Sherbert Land definitely goes like, maybe I was just like really feeling like the Double Dash bias, but it's like this track is I don't hate it as much as some people seem to, but it's still not great. It's better than Mario Circuit, better than Twisted Mansion, but not as good as GBA Mario Circuit. We'll go there. Other than that, yeah, everything looks pretty good here. I think we got our suite of tour tracks here. That's kind of funny, of cities. I like it. Biggest tier is I like it. Only biggest Phenomenal actually stepped it up. It's really close, but let's see here. Anything? Yeah, okay. I don't see anything that's screaming at me like this is wrong. Yeah, okay. Phenomenal. Mario Kart Stadium there at the bottom. Animal Crossing, yeah. I think I am going to bump Yoshi's Island up to absolute peak. I think it feels so good to play, and like all of the little details just make it so special. I think I feel good bumping that one up. Let's take a look at our music ranking and see if there's anything that needs to be adjusted. Turn It Off, the worst tracks in the game. Again, Waluigi Pinball is only down here because it didn't get its own original remix, and that makes me sad. And so that's why it's where it is. But everything, like, again, it's a good song. The actual song is rated up here. Let's see. So yeah, Turn It Off. I'm thinking about putting LA Laps below Donut Plains. It's not as bad as Mario Circuit 3, but I am thinking about putting it below Donut Plains. Because the thing is, it's like Donut Plains is just, it's just boring. But LA Laps is one that just doesn't feel good to listen to. So we're gonna do that. Skip Dry Desert, Bone Dry Dunes, Calamari, Twisted Mansion, Chocolate Mountain. Yep, okay, that feels about right. No Strong Feelings. I don't think Bangkok is that low. I'd put it probably up next to New York. I think it's just below New York. That feels better, I think. All right. Toad Circuit, Paris Promenade. Yeah, we'll switch those two, I think. Rosalina's Ice World, Roma Avanti. Yep, okay. I think that the rest of that tier is good. Let's see. Excite Bike Arena. Excite Bike Arena, which is only as high as it is because it accomplishes exactly what it's trying to do and does it pretty effectively. Madrid, Amsterdam. Everything looks pretty good here. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Squeaky Clean. Yeah, no, Squeaky Clean's fine where it is. I think that I always want to put it lower, and then I remember like the B section's pretty good. So yeah, that's nice. Lake, Sunset Wilds. Yeah, everything looks pretty good here, I think. Yeah. Let's do certified bang. The biggest tier is the certified banger tier. There's just so many. This soundtrack is just amazing. It's so good. One of the best game soundtracks ever. They did such a good job making each track feel freaking fantastic. Except for these ones down here, but yeah. Okay. The best part about like doing the music separately is like, you get some tracks that are not great, but have banger music. Like you get Sky High Sunday all the way up here, Vancouver Velocities up here, Ice Ice Outpost gets the recognition it deserves up here. It's just good time. Shroom Ridge. Oh, the music for Shroom Ridge really is just carries so hard. And then the top over and over again. The Sky Garden remix, still one of my favorite remixes in the game. I love Sky Garden's remix so much. It's one of my favorite songs in the series on its own, and this remix just carries so hard. Yoshi's Island remix, Cloud Top Cruise, Dolphin Shoals, Bowser's Castle, Cheeseland, Rainbow Road, and then Mount Wario, Big Blue, and Rainbow Road again. Yep, I think that feels good. So yeah, so that's it. That's our tier list. So y'all can take like one final look. I guess I'll like download an image or something. Not that I'm on Twitter much anymore, so I don't know if you'll ever see this again. But I mean, here's the final rankings. What I want to do eventually, hopefully, maybe if I ever end up actually making videos again, is actually like making a video and like proper ranking video where I basically shorten everything that I said here and in a less rambly state. It is what it is. I wouldn't touch on the music in that case, but yeah, that's it. That's everything from me. So, I guess with that being said, thank you guys for joining, and I hope you had a fun time ranking all these courses with me. It was kind of just fun. Like Mario Kart 8 is a game that I have put so much time into that it's just fun being able to share this with everybody and go over like this game that I love so much and put it all, and I think too it goes to show just how like consistently good Mario Kart 8's courses are, where it's like, I mean, these are the tracks that I don't like. Everything from this point up, I still enjoy playing. And in a game that has 96 freaking tracks, it's not only that, it's everything from here up I enjoy playing. Everything from here up I actually consider to be quite good. Like, that's so crazy. I do not understand, and not that I've heard anybody, but I don't know how anyone could complain about Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's track selection. Because it's just like, there are a couple of glaring misses, right? Airship Fortress should have been here in the BCP. Piranha Plant Pipeline, y'all, if y'all didn't play Tour, you are missing out so hard on Piranha Plant Pipeline. That course is really fun, actually. And the music slaps. And there, my Double Dash bias says we should have gotten more Double Dash tracks. I would have really loved to see GBA BC4, especially because the Tour remake of BC4 is freaking amazing. But, that's a story for another day. Here's hoping it comes in Mario Kart 9. But I think, like, as kind of like, we've been playing this game for how long now? When did Mario Kart 8 release on the Wii? 8 Wii U release date. 2014. That is over 10 years ago, is how long we have been playing this game. And honestly, for a track selection this consistent and this good, I've got no complaints. I'm really excited to see what Mario Kart 9 is going to do for us. I'm looking forward to Switch 2 like everybody else is, especially now that we've actually gotten to see it. But oh man, I can't wait. But the fact that we've been, I'm ready to move on from Mario Kart 8. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do next, but I can't be upset that we had it for as long as we did, because this game really is just amazing. It's fantastic. And the soundtrack is a goat. It's like, again, from here up are songs I like. From here up are the songs that I consider actually good. Bro, that's amazing. Super crazy. But that's everything from me today. So thank you all for watching. I'll see you all again real soon. But until then, I bid you all a hearty farewell. Bye-bye, everybody.